Thank you very much, Peppa.
Once upon a time, there was an onion called Funny Onion. 4768593112.
Most of Mummy Pig's book is one big long number.
Yes, there were a few printing problems. How about this book?
A Tiny Magic Fairy. Yes! I'm a tiny magic fairy.
And George, what's your favourite book?
Dinosaur.
Of course, your pop-up dinosaur book.
Well, that's settled. George will go to World Book Day as a dinosaur and Peppa will go as a tiny fairy.
Or maybe a duck. Quack, quack.
It is nearly bedtime.
Aha! I'm the happy pirate from the Pirates book. Pirates are my favourite because they are funny and they sing happy songs and...
Brush their teeth?
Yes, brush their teeth.
Are we all ready for World Book Day tomorrow?
No, my favourite book keeps changing.
Oh, don't worry, Peppa. You can decide in the morning.
Today is World Book Day.
Oh my, what wonderful costumes. Tell us, Pedro, who are you?
I'm the hunter from Little Red Riding Hood. He's strong and brave and kind to old ladies.
Very good.
And I am Dogbeard the Sailor from the Adventures of Dogbeard the Sailor.
And why is he your favourite?
Because he's strong and brave. And I think he might be kind to old ladies too.
Excellent.
I'm an old lady.
So you are, Candy. But are you not also a witch?
Yes, so be careful or I might turn you into a frog.
And you, Edmund? You have come as...
The big number from Mummy Pig's book. 476,859,312.
Oh, what an amazing choice. Ah, George, you are dressed as...
Dinosaur.
But where is Peppa?
Here I am. Ooh. What book are you, Peppa? I am all my favourite books. I have fairy wings, a pirate hat, aha! A red monkey tail, and quack quack duck feet. You're a fairy pirate monkey duck.
Peppa loves World Book Day. Everyone loves World Book Day.
Peppa Pig.
Let's do some more dancing, shall we? Let's do the weather dance. Sometimes
What?
it's hot, oh, and sometimes it's cold, and sometimes it rains, it does, and sometimes it snows. But no matter the weather, that's it. Give yourself a big cuddle. Oh yeah. Absolutely. So if the rain comes down, what do? Smash it on your puddles, of course. And then if the sunshine
Really?
comes down, we can...
I think she needs to be sectioned. Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
She's elated. Yeah, elated. Yeah. Look at her. Oh my God.
No matter what the weather. Well done, Milkshakers, you were better than I was.
Well done, Milkshake. Milkshake.
On our Milkshake YouTube channel, of course, it's youtube.com/milkshake-on-5. It's time to catch up.
On Channel 5, is it? Oh, really?
Take two.
Take two. Yeah, take two tablets
Proudly
and
present.
sit in that section unit for 6 months, all right? Yeah.
Daisy and Ollie are finding out. Daisy and Ollie finding out about what, why, and how. Everybody knows that it goes dark at night. Why do cats love chasing mice? What makes ice cream taste so nice? All these things we really want to know. Daisy and Ollie are finding out. Daisy and Ollie finding out about what, why, and how.
does adopted mean?
Tag! Tag! Oh.
Hey, you two, don't forget that Eddie and Otis are coming over soon with their new daughter, Ruby. I'm sure I've put her present around here somewhere.
Teddy bear! Oh, I'm your mummy.
Boo, that teddy's for Ruby.
Oh, but Boo loves Teddy.
I'm sure you do, Boo,
Oh,
but I'm afraid it's for Ruby. Eddie, Otis, hi, come on in.
Hello. Hi everyone. May we introduce Ruby.
hello, Ruby. This is a present for you. Ruby loves Teddy. Boo loves Teddy too.
Is Ruby a special magical baby?
What makes you ask that?
Because when we saw you last week, you didn't have a baby at all. And now she can walk and talk.
That's because we've adopted Ruby. She's already 2 years old.
What does adopted mean?
Sometimes it's not possible for a child's birth parents to look after them, but someone else can give them a loving home instead.
Yeah, like a
Us,
section unit.
We've become Ruby's parents, and that's called adoption.
It's very special, as
That's
Eddie and
section
Otis
3.
wanted to have
Yeah.
a child so much, and they're able to give Ruby all the love and care that
Ruby.
she needs.
Come over here, you
That's
got a
right.
depot.
So everyone's
Bend over.
happy?
Yes.
Hooray!
Oh, let's teach Ruby a game. Tag Wizzy, you're it.
Oh,
Ruby's had an amazing time. Thank you so much for a great day, everyone.
See you soon.
bye. Bye, Teddy. Oh, love you.
Teddy, it's raining outside.
What's making that cheeping sound?
I can hear it.
Commencing scan. Sound wave source detected. Subject identified as
It's a baby bird.
Maybe it's parents.
I can hear the rain. I can.
What can we do to help?
I'll call Vet Louise. She'll know what to do.
You were right to call me. I'm afraid it looks like its parents won't be coming back. Normally, I'd look after it, but it'll be safe here in this new nest.
Don't worry.
Yeah.
We're going to look after you.
And keep you safe.
Yeah, we're going to section you.
No
Yeah.
dangerous predators detected.
We're going to give you all the love and care that you need.
All the love and care.
We're going to adopt
We're going to chuck you in a van.
Oh,
We'll take you to a section unit and stick a needle in your ass. And then tell you it's dinner time. Yeah.
No dangerous predators detected.
Let's go. Come on, Birdie. Flappy, flappy, flappy. Follow Boo, Birdie. Tweet, tweet.
I think it's getting ready to fly.
Does that mean it'll fly away forever?
Well, it's a wild animal, Ollie. It's got to go out into the big wide world one day. We'll all miss our feathered friend, but you've all looked after it so well. That's why it's ready to go.
Oh, wow. Our little baby. Flying the nest already.
They grow up so fast.
Oh, bye.
Remember to watch out for all the things I warned you about. Cats, snakes, cats, birds of prey, cats. Careful how you cross the road, but mainly cats.
And the NHS. Yeah. Be careful.
Boo, we thought you might be sad when the bird left.
So we all got you a present. New Teddy! Oh,
Hello. I see we're not the only new parents around here.
Hello, you lot. Come on in.
Maybe we should be taking some tips.
Nanaba! Teddy bear! Oh, I know money! What? Why? How?
So many questions, let's answer them now.
If their parents aren't around
For a child, it's best all round.
to join a brand new family,
They all live happily, and that is how adoption works. I think we got it.
We got it!
Ruby loves her dads, and they love Ruby back.
And
I'll say about Robert Arthurs, right? Robert Arthurs was having troubles sleeping and settling down in a foster placement. A foster placement is like foster parents, like family. They say they will take on a child and put him up and look after him and make him feel like he's part of the family. Well, there was not a lot of social work, not a lot of foster placements helping Robert Arthurs. Robert Arthurs was having some troubles, and the best I could do was go to all the foster placements and the school meetings and see that everything's going to be all right. Yep, Robert Arthurs, I guess you're okay. And Ian Arthurs, I guess you're okay. And also Adam Clements and Claire Clements and Amy Clements, and also your mother's name, Kim Dayton. Yep, she was quite a nice lady. But my mother hated the children. She hated the mother right next door. Yeah, right next door to the family. My mum and my brothers and all the drugs, and all that, and yes, so it was kind of mad, really. So I helped that family as much as I could. And I helped Carol Flood. Carol Flood, a lovely old lady. I used to drive her to the Royal Southampton Hospital every day, all the time. To collect her medication and also take her to Sainsbury's supermarket where she could have a chat with her friends at the cafe. This is it. You see, I've got photographic evidence of myself looking fit and healthy. All we got to do now is get the NHS to pay me compensation for all the years of sections and misdiagnosis and slander. I call it slander, where they actually put me down and just class me as a mental patient and lock me up and fill me with drugs and then tell me I'm schizophrenic bipolar disorder, then schizoaffective disorder, and then they say it's remission. Now we've made you better, so now it's remission, and then they say it's low mood and loneliness. Now this is absolute bollocks. It's bullshit. NHS, you owe me thousands, millions. Fucking, you owe me a lot of money, and I'm going to make sure everybody pays me what I'm owed. Right, and the NHS, you owe me money. Yes, you do. Yeah.
I better hurry. Get on!
What was that?
Sounds like a cry for help, and it was coming from over there.
Aha! This sounds like a job for Super Oil!
Who?
Dun dun dun! That'll be me, Forrest Compass, Super Oil! The wonder hero to the rescue! Whoosh!
The real Stone Raver. What can I say? Oh my
Looks more like
god.
Odo in a blanket to me. Wonder where he got that from.
Wind in the right direction. Check. Conditions perfect. Time to sit down. Oh, it's soaking wet. Where's my blanket gone? I've got a soggy bottom.
Aha! Behind this bush! Don't fear, Forrest Camper! For it's me! Super Oil!
We're having a pickle wrestle. Want to join in, Odo?
I do not know who this Odo is of whom you speak, for I am Super Owl! And I'm a Super Tickler! Bob, I thought this was a real maybe I should go and play in the stand with the toucans. Odo isn't coming.
Save me!
Never fear, Forest Pepper.
Oh,
Save me a piece of cake.
of course we will. Here. Hey, Odo, what are you wearing a blanket for?
Odo? I'm not Odo. I'm Super Isle.
Of course you are. Our mistake. Sorry, Odo.
All I wanted to do was protect the forest and be a superhero. That'll be just yet another false alarm. No one really wants Super Isle. Hi, Bud. Hey, what happened to playing in the sand?
Oh, that sand was too wet and sticky. It wasn't play sand after all, much more like wet, sticky sand. Did you meet Doodle?
Oh no! With all the Super Isle action and trying to save the day, I forgot. I was meant to be meeting her right here. Where could she have gone?
Someone! Can I have some help, please?
That's Biddle's voice. She's in trouble.
It's coming from the direction of the sticky sand.
This time, it really does sound like a job for Super Isle.
I'm stuck. This sand is so wet and sticky. I'll never get out.
Dun, dun, dun. Of course you will, little bird, with my help.
Odo, it's you.
No, not Odo. I'm Super Isle. See my magnificent fishing kit? Swoosh. Oh no, my super kit.
Oh, Odo, when you didn't come, I went to find the toucans, but I got stuck in the stand.
I don't know what to do, Diddle. Super Isle could help, but without my kit, I'm just plain old Odo. How can I reach you without getting stuck too? Wait a second, Diddle. I think I've got it. Hang on there.
Please, hurry.
Huh? Sandwiches. That was hilarious.
Fred, it's the same colour as my blanket. So, that's where it's gone. Come back, blanket!
Look out, Diddle. Here I come.
Oh, do you think you can?
I know I can. Huh? Whoa!
Oh, you're flying. Oh, super.
I'm really sorry, but I think this might be yours, completer.
My good blanket. You really shouldn't have taken it without asking, Odo.
Sorry. I'm sorry I was late meeting you, Diddle. I'll never forget you again.
Wow, Odo, that was amazing. Yeah. Who needs a cake? Odo, you're a real super
Let's all say happy birthday to William! You are 2 today. Have a super duper birthday, won't you? Lots of love from your mummy and your daddy. Happy birthday. It's Poppy's birthday today too, and she is 2. Love to you on your very special birthday from your mummy and your daddy. Happy birthday. Let's head on over to the elf windmill to find out how bread is made. With Ben and Holly, of course.
Take 10. And for that, kids, proudly present Milkshake, Little Secret Agent Sleuth.
Somewhere, hidden amongst thorny brambles, is a little kingdom of elves and fairies. Everyone who lives here is very, very small.
I'm Ben Elf. And I'm Princess Holly. Come on, let's play. Wait for us.
Ben and Holly's Little Kingdom. Today's adventure starts The Little Castle.
The Elf Windmill.
Nanny Plum, I'd like some bread with my egg, please.
I'm sorry, Your Majesty. We haven't any bread this morning.
No bread? Then please magic some up.
I can't magic up bread without flour, and we've run out of flour.
Well, can't we order more flour from the elves?
I have, but as usual, the elf truck is late.
Nanny, the elf truck's here. Hi, Ben.
Hi, Holly.
Food delivery!
At last, Mr. Elf. King Thistle is waiting for his breakfast.
Well, today we've got mushrooms, tomatoes, baked beans, and of course, eggs. That should make a splendid king's breakfast.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Elf. But the only thing I need today is flour.
Flour?
Yes, flour for making bread. The king wants bread.
No problem. We'll pick up a bag of flour from the elf windmill.
Thank you, Mr. Elf.
Let's see. We should be able to deliver it next week.
Next week? But I need flour today.
Ah, you know what they say? You can't rush the elf windmill.
Maybe I should visit this elf windmill.
Of course, Nanny Plum. We can take you if you like.
The windmill sounds fun. Can I come too?
Of course. Hop aboard, Princess Holly.
There's the windmill. Wow.
Hello, Ben. Hello, Holly.
Hello, Wise Old Elf.
Ah, Nanny Plum.
Hi there. Can I have a bag of flour, please?
Certainly. We should have a bag of flour ready in a week.
But I need it now.
Oh, you know what they say. You can't rush the elf windmill.
Why not?
Oh, don't you know how a windmill makes flour?
Of course I do.
Wise Old Elf, can you show us how it makes flour?
Of course I can. Follow me. Now, can anyone tell me what this is?
It's an elf.
No. What is the elf holding?
It's wheat.
Very good, Ben. And who knows what we do with wheat at the elf windmill?
I know. We take the wheat and we...
One moment, Ben. Let's give the fairies a chance to tell us.
Is it for sweeping the floor?
Oh, no. We use the wheat to make the flour. First, we put the wheat in this funnel. The funnel separates out the parts we need. Come and see. This way, everyone.
That doesn't look like flour.
We haven't finished yet, Princess Holly. Look, the wind turns the sails. The sails turn the cogs. And the cogs turn the grindstone. The grindstone crushes the grains of wheat, and out comes top quality elf flour.
It's very slow.
That's why it takes a week to make a bag of flour.
Why can't it go faster?
The mill goes at the speed of the wind.
So, if we could make the wind go faster, the mill would go faster too.
Oh, yes. But we can't make the wind go faster.
I can.
Oh, now, I'm not sure you should use magic.
Oh, stop fussing. I'm always very careful when it comes to weather spells.
Nanny, can I do the spell too?
No, Princess Holly, you're much too young for dangerous weather spells.
Oh.
But you can watch me and see how it's done. Blow, wind, do your stuff with all your might. Huff, huff, huff! There. What did I tell you?
Well,
The windmill's going faster and faster.
You see, wise old elf? I know what I'm doing.
That sounded like thunder. Did you do that, Nanny?
Me? No. I didn't magic up thunder, just wind.
Are you sure you haven't made a storm, Nanny?
Yes. Well, wind, storm, hurricane. Sometimes it's hard to tell the difference.
Oh, we're making so much flour, we're running out of sacks.
Nanny Plum, is this ghastly weather you're doing?
Oh, stop fussing. It'll get better in a moment.
It can't get any worse.
The mill's going crazy. It's making too much flour. Run, run, run for your lives.
Look how fast the sails are going.
Too fast.
The mill is out of control. It's filling up with flour.
Isn't that what it's supposed to do?
We have to slow the mill down.
Oh, all right. I'll just do some more magic to stop the wind.
No, thank you, Nanny Plum. We've had quite enough of fairy magic. Now it's time for some elf skill.
What's your plan, wise old elf?
We simply lasso the sails and stop the windmill. Take hold of this rope, elves.
Are you sure this is a good idea?
We know what we're doing. Stand back, everyone.
He's got it. Hooray!
Well done, wise old elf.
Told you it would work.
I hope they're okay. They don't look very happy.
Elves are never happy.
Maybe you can stop the spell now, Nanny Plum.
What did he say?
Stop the wind.
Oh, okay. All winds, away you go!
Wise old elf, are you all right?
Of course I'm all right. I'm an elf.
I'll just get my bag of flour.
Nanny Plum, I strongly advise you not to open that door.
Oh, stop fussing.
Ben, look! There's your dad.
Hi, Dad.
Hi, Ben.
Ah, Mr. Elf, could you deliver one bag of flour for Nanny Plum?
She can have a whole truckload. I'll take it there right away.
Hooray!
Oh, thank you. That would be most kind.
of sunshine on his first birthday. It's Rue. Happy birthday. Lots of love to you from your mummy and your daddy and all of your family. Happy birthday. And Kaya and Araya, it's your birthday today as well. Lots of love from your mummy, your daddy, Elhanan and Jonan, who love you so, so much. Happy birthday. It's time to build a house now with those subby bunnies. I think it's trickier than it looks.
Take 3. FNF Kids proudly present Milkshake. Let your superheroes loose.
That look like little teeth, doesn't it? They look like little teeth, little tiny teeth. Well, what can I say? I think it's time to go and see the news and see what they're doing.
Natural setting, and those jackdaws have probably been there nesting many years before people got here. So
I think the site needs extra protection. Probably it's such a special place.
I think if there are other spots for them to nest, they could nest other places.
English Heritage say it's just a trial done before nesting season and is being closely monitored. But critics argue after withstanding all the elements, why can't the stones and jackdaws continue to coexist as they have done for centuries? Cheryl Dennis, BBC News.
The 303
That's
go
all
past
for
it.
this morning. Breakfast back tomorrow at 6 a.m.
Time now for Morning Live with Gethin and Kimberly.
The 303, right? The 303 goes past Stonehenge. Stonehenge, yeah, I remember that. I remember driving past it all and all that. You know what I mean? It's crazy. Yeah, 303 to Somerset. It's the Piano Man. Yeah, with pianos for all the families all over the place from Somerset to London. Oh my God.
Sporting legends Dame Kelly Holmes and Ellie Simmons OBE have an exclusive announcement for this year's Sport Relief. Hello, welcome to Morning Live on a Thursday with me and Kimberly, and I'm not sure what I'm going to do now. I was really looking forward to seeing Sir Andy Murray and Emma Raducanu in Wimbledon over the next couple of weeks, and they're both out. What am I going to do?
What are you going to do?
Well, you don't have the answers.
I don't have a clue.
Maybe Matt Allwright and Dr. Oscar do. Morning.
Good morning.
There's plenty of British interest still to come today, though, which is good and exciting. Are you into your tennis?
Yeah, big time. And I love the first week when all the courts are full and everybody's enjoying it. And then the second week obviously gets much more intense, but that's a carnival atmosphere, isn't it? In the first week.
Yeah, it's pretty cool,
Dr.
actually.
Oscar and I have been working very hard on a Wimbledon-themed doctor joke, which we'd like to share with you now. Is that all right?
It should be an interesting start for the
It's
show.
going to go one of two ways. Dr. Oscar, I'm worried. I can't stop eating strawberries during Wimbledon.
Oh, don't worry, man. I can give you some cream for that.
Yeah, that's it. They sectioned me.
That's not bad. You're going to Wimbledon, aren't you?
They sectioned me January, right? January for 3 months, right? And they were giving me cream and paracetamol. This is NHS sectioned me in fucking Parklands Hospital in Basingstoke, right? 3 months, right? Cream and paracetamol. You know what I mean? And they locked me in a room, right? Because I got COVID and I was locked up in a room for a whole week, I think probably longer than that. And I was getting myself Deliveroo, fluids, blackcurrant, because I was dry and I was actually it was hot, it was humid, it was terrible. It was one room and I couldn't get out. Yeah, thank you, NHS.
Subjects really about bowel cancer and death, actually.
No, what an incredible woman she is. And we're going to find out later why people are still embarrassed about sharing their health problems. Now, Dr. Oscar, do you feel embarrassed when you go to see your GP about these sort of things?
I really do. I often think about this because as a doctor, I sit there all day and I hear about this. I promise you, people come all the time with embarrassing things and it doesn't even cross my radar. Put the shoe on the other foot and it's me going to the doctor and I feel just like everybody else. So please just remember, it's just run of the mill. It's what we do all day. It won't even register.
That was Deborah's message, because if you find blood in your poo, you think, I need to go and see the doctor, but you would think you'd be terrified, didn't you? Did you get embarrassed going to see the doctor about
You know
stuff?
what, people are reluctant, aren't they? I think after having 3 children, that all goes out the window. It's a brilliant thing because I don't think I would now.
Yeah.
It's gone past that point.
Yeah. No, that's really interesting, actually.
But no, we shouldn't. We should just go. Always don't doubt yourself. Just get yourself there.
Yeah. How are you feeling about this? Are you embarrassed to go and see your GP about a personal problem, or has Dame Deborah encouraged you to get over that and to go and seek medical advice when you need to? We'd love to hear your thoughts this morning. You can see all the details on the screen there.
Yeah, also today, something that can impact a lot of people's health is poor air quality, which contributes to around 40,000 early deaths in the UK every year. Now, in around 10 minutes' time, we discover how a game-changing app could help thousands avoid toxic air.
Yeah, seeing the invisible on your phone could be a game changer, couldn't it? And in around 35 minutes' time, wildlife presenter George McGavin heads to the beautiful Outer Hebrides to find out why the giant yellow bumblebee likes to call it home. Well, I think I know why. It's gorgeous. You're
Very
obsessed with it, man.
excited. I just love when he finds it.
On his net.
Oh.
And he's going to find it.
And drivers are feeling stung by petrol prices at the moment.
Yeah.
They've reached record highs, and it now costs over £100 to fill up an average family car.
Yeah, and just this morning, actually, reports that staff at petrol stations are receiving more abuse from motorists angry about the rising costs. Matt's frustrations as high as the prices themselves. I watched your One Show film last night, and someone described the situation as pump fiction, such as the discrepancy in prices around the country at the moment.
I think what people feel is that when they're going to the pumps, and for a lot of people, let's bear in mind, this is unavoidable. This is a cost they need to get to work, to take their kids to school. All these are really important things we're doing. That they don't understand why these prices have gone up so quickly and stayed there. There isn't the transparency, I think, that they need to understand why they're paying so much at the pumps, and they can't get around it any way at all. The reasons why prices have gone up is, we can see those. The war in Ukraine means that there isn't the supply from Russia that we previously had. We came out of lockdown and suddenly there was a surge in demand as well coming from that side. That's the reasons behind it. But I think, we've seen measures to help us, like the cut back in March of 5p on fuel duty, but we don't feel necessarily that we've seen the benefit of that. Very interestingly, the Competition and Markets Authority are looking into that. We're going to get the results out next week, July the 7th, to find out whether actually the retailers were passing on that benefit to us, or whether it's something that benefited them more than it did us.
That's really interesting. But in the meantime, it doesn't look like prices are going to drop dramatically anytime soon.
Yeah, it's true. They're going to stay there. And so we have to do whatever we can to find the best prices we can, and maybe modify our behavior a little bit to get the best benefit that we can. So it's really interesting looking round. You can start to see there are quite big discrepancies in prices, even in one area. Now, we looked at Bolton, for instance, and within Bolton and the surrounding areas, there's a difference of around 10p a litre, which can make a massive difference. That can be, let's say it's a 50-litre car, then we're talking about a £5 for every fill up. Over time, that can make a big difference. You can find those prices if you look on apps like Petrol Prices and Fuel Genie. A lot of the sat-nav apps that we use on our phones as well also have petrol prices built in. Thing to remember, they can be a little bit behind the times. They're not always completely up to date, 1 to 4 days. So use them as an indication rather than expect that price when you go to the pumps. Another way that you can really help yourself is to use the loyalty schemes that a lot of petrol stations use, and a lot of them build them into getting your groceries as well. They have a supermarket built on it, and when you get your groceries there, they'll give you some money off each litre. That's great as long as you're not paying over the odds. As long as it's somewhere you usually shop and you're buying the things that you would buy anyway. Those caveats have got to be in place. The other thing you can do is use a cashback credit card to get money back when you're buying petrol. And the same things as any credit card, just have to say, make sure you pay it off at the end of the month, because the APR on that can be quite punitive.
Small change, small things, but it makes a difference, doesn't it, over time? What about our cars? Is there anything we can physically do to try and bring the cost of fuel down?
I never like to overstate the effect of these things because they can be marginal. But if you put them together and add to them driving in a more moderate way, in a fuel efficient way, then they can make a big difference. Things like decluttering your car, turning off the air conditioning, keeping your tyres at the right pressure, taking your roof rack off, anything that cuts down drag on your car is going to save you money. And of course, when you're saving fuel and saving money, you're also emitting less into the atmosphere, which we know is important.
As you could do with car sharing too. That's not a bad idea, is it? You can save loads of cash doing that.
Car sharing has been around for ages now. There's technological help. There are apps. They're like Lift Share and Blah Blah Car. Those are ways now where you don't just lift share with people you know, but they offer you a way to get in touch with people who might be making the same route as you. And there's no better saving than sharing your lift, because if one other person is in the car with you, then you're cutting your fuel bill in half. The more people you get, the more savings you make. Those things, as always, we have to say, make sure it's in a safe way.
Of course.
Yeah, that's the most important thing.
But people are considering these alternative ways to travel because the prices are so high at the moment. Some great advice in there as always from Matt. And as you just mentioned there, using your car less often right now isn't just good for your finances, but it's also good for the planet and for your health.
The drive to clean up toxic air in the UK is underway, and presenter Joe Crowley has been to find out how a new groundbreaking technology could help people avoid areas with high pollution.
The cars we drive, the fuel we burn, and the products we use all affect the quality of the air we breathe into our lungs.
It may be invisible, but according to the World Health Organization, air pollution is the biggest environmental threat to our health, causing at least 7 million early deaths a year worldwide, with 40,000 of those in the UK.
Like many areas of London, Camden has its hotspots, with residents at times being exposed to illegal concentrations of pollution.
Can I ask you, here we are in London on a lovely day, are you in any way concerned about air pollution?
Yes, I nearly answered them. Go on. Very hard to it.
Why very?
Because I think it's an ongoing issue that's just going to get worse.
I am concerned, about air pollution. Obviously, I've got young kids walking to and from school. You can feel it in the air as well.
All of it concerns me. I suppose if someone's smoking, you can sort of swerve and stay out of the way with the kids. Air pollution is more difficult. It's just there, isn't it?
I'm worried about if we breathe in the air, it might be bad, and we might start to cough and get pollution in our tongue.
You know what? That's the best answer I've heard today. I think you're on something there.
Well, now Camden Council, alongside Camden Clean Air and Airscape, is working to make the invisible visible by installing an innovative network of 227 air sensors, which will deliver live local updates free online, showing pollution hotspots in the Camden area. Airscape Chief Science Officer Matthew Johnson says this is a huge leap forward when it comes to tackling toxic air.
I think it's very exciting. This gives us really an unprecedented view of air pollution in the borough of Camden. It's very important to know what the local sources of air pollution are, and that's exactly what we see by having local air monitors.
How useful is this information?
We hope that by making the data available to anyone, the two things will happen. One is that people can make decisions about how they spend their time. Maybe they'll go to a park or take a green path instead of going along a polluted road. But the other thing that we'd like to do is inspire change. And this could be that you would choose to reduce the pollution that you make, or maybe at a political level, decisions would be made to reduce pollution.
How serious are the health impacts from air pollution?
They're very serious. I think a lot of people are not aware of the health impacts. It goes into the body. This has some different consequences. One is suppression of the immune system. And in addition, there's hypertension and heart disease that come as a consequence.
So, with a network of 227 sensors up and running, it's providing valuable information live online.
So Matt, show me how it works then.
We have a map, and you can see that where we are right now is in the middle of these 4 air pollution sensors. And so today in Camden, actually, the air quality is not very good. It's an orange condition, and then a little bit darker towards red here by the roadway.
What is the pollution we're seeing here? Because you monitor a few different things, don't you?
That's right. So we're monitoring ozone, NO2, and particulate matter. And then you can select which pollutant you look for.
So when we look at this, actually that reading, the particulate pollution, doesn't look too bad. In fact, we say it's good.
What we can do is click on one of these sensors, and then you can see exactly how the air quality is with time. 2 days ago, when it was also very sunny, we had hazardous air quality, so unhealthy levels, and we've got that again right now.
So how could I use this now?
The road pollution is usually rather local to the road, and this also means that you can do things to protect yourself. Maybe you could close the windows so that you don't get that air into your apartment. Or if you're walking a baby in a pram, you would choose a different route so that you're not so close to the roadway. I know a lot of people like to go running. You might choose to go running a little bit later in the day in order to avoid the afternoon air pollution.
Matt, it's clearly very impressive. What's your hope for where things go now?
I think that the information is going to be a catalyst for change. It's going to be a change in the actions that people can take themselves, but also in government. We know that we have clean water. People spend a lot of time thinking about eating clean food. Why don't we think about clean air? It makes a lot of sense.
The residents of Camden can now log into the Airscape map and make better choices for themselves and their community. And councils in other parts of the UK are watching closely with a view to rolling out this initiative in their areas.
So, particulates are very, very small.
At Camden's Regent High School, students are learning all about air pollution in their area.
I want you to identify where you think that pollution might be really bad in our area.
These young scholars are being introduced to the online map Matthew showed me earlier, and they have some of their own ideas on how it could be used.
I think this map is a great example of something that could help us move forward and see.
Do you think we should assess NHS, police, and also school teachers? I'm just thinking. What are they training children to know and get into their heads? Are they right about what they're doing and saying? Are they just crazy? Have they been to a party all weekend and on Monday morning they're coming out with some bullshit and fucking up the kids? Actually, no, they're just reprogramming the brains of children. Yeah, the brains, the school teachers. Yeah.
On your phone, and actually that app is released today to the public, so you might be able to see what your pollution's like in your area. Yeah, really good. Now, struggling to take in enough air when you breathe can be really scary, and breathlessness is one of the most common reasons people call 999.
And at this time of the year, millions are more likely to find breathing difficult. Now, Dr. Oscar is here to explain why. So what is it? Is it the heat? Explain.
Well, we become breathless when we don't have enough oxygen to meet the needs of the cells in our body. So if you're doing something like strenuous exercise, then that's a normal response. But for lots of people, at this time of year, particularly if you've got underlying lung conditions, it can be much worse. And that's for lots of reasons. Because the weather's hotter, there's more moisture within the air, and that makes it more dense. So actually the hot weather makes the air more difficult to breathe in. A lot of people find that the pollen makes things worse. That can inflame our airways. You get inflammation in the airways. It also can irritate them and cause constriction. So the muscles inside the airways constrict, making the airways a bit smaller. And pollution has a similar effect as well. And then there's the kind of perfect storm that thunderstorms can be causing. So if you get the pollen and the thunderstorms all together, and we saw this particularly last year, there was a spike in asthma admissions to A&E in June last year, 566% up after a thunderstorm, where the thunderstorms are thought to particleize all of the pollen into even smaller particles that go deeper into the lungs. And so many people had asthma attacks, one of the highest ever recorded asthma attendances A&E on the day after the storm.
Been awful.
Really?
You do suffer with asthma. Just actually on that, so if you do have a long-term breathing condition like asthma, how can you stop it from getting worse then at these times?
Well, the most important thing is to be taking your medication all the time, as you're meant to be doing. Particularly for asthma, we give patients an annual asthma review, so make sure you've talked to your asthma nurse or your GP about your asthma. And when you're taking your inhaler, make sure you've checked with them that you're taking
put the medication down, right, and pick up a fan and get yourself some weed and open a door, get some fresh air coming into the place and have a good smoke. Yeah.
It's a great analogy. If your breathlessness is very much out of the ordinary, how do we know at what point it's bad enough that we need to go and see a doctor?
I would say that breathlessness is a serious symptom, and it's never something I think, well, why have you come? If you've got new breathlessness, that's really important. So always talk to somebody about it. If you've got sudden unexpected breathlessness, or your breathlessness has suddenly got worse, then you just call an ambulance 999 if you've got severe breathlessness. Breathlessness can come from the lungs, but it can also come from the heart. So if you're feeling short of breath and you've suddenly got some chest pain, pain getting up to your arm, pain to your jaw, that could be a sign of a heart attack. Again, you need an ambulance if that's happening. With long COVID, other sort of chronic conditions, we see people getting breathlessness, but it's not quite so severe as those types we were just talking about. So if you find you're a little bit breathless, then maybe going up the stairs or doing a normal run or something like that is causing you more problem than it would normally, then you should see your GP to talk about it as well.
So is it then about controlling your breath? Are there exercises that can help with that, maybe, that you do daily?
Yeah, absolutely. So the first thing is to get the diagnosis. So never assume that breathlessness is normal. Check it with the GP first. If you're suffering with chronic breathlessness, then there are some exercises that I often recommend to patients. So we've got this sort of rectangular breathing technique that we can try. So I've got my Morning Live cue card here to demonstrate, but you can use anything at home which is rectangular, or a window, a book, TV.
It's like a box breathing.
Yeah, exactly. Similar. So what you're going to do is you're going to follow the lines with your eyes as you do your breathing. So the key thing is that the short breath is the in breath and the long breath is out. So You're going to breathe in and then slowly out. And as you do it, you follow with your eyes along the side of the rectangle. Breathe in and out.
How's that helping? Because you're breathing out for longer.
Yeah, so it helps to slow your breathing. Often when you have chronic breathlessness, you then become panicked and anxious, and that makes your breathing worse because you then start breathing faster. So slowing your breathing can be really, really helpful, and that's a good exercise to have with that.
You seem to have bought one more fan than Matt Orlack has in the studio.
I've got my three and only fans right here. My biggest fan, particularly.
What's the fan for?
It's got
The fan
fans.
can
It's
also
got
help if you've
fans.
got chronic shortness of breath. So using a fan to blow air into your face, right onto the face. There's a trigeminal nerve, which is within our face. Stimulating that with that cool air can help to settle your breathing down if you're suffering with chronic breathlessness. Yeah. And also it helps with that anxiety thing, that feeling of that fresh air. You can feel very claustrophobic and
I
panicked
love
if you've got
it.
shortness
I
of
find it
breath.
really calming.
And it really makes a big difference. So lots of people who have very severe lung problems use this to help them to settle some of those symptoms as well.
Great.
Kimberly's got more fans than all of us. On that, don't we? Really useful stuff.
Need a bigger table there.
Yeah, he's a doctor. He's a doctor. And what have I got here? Am I a doctor as well then? Because I know what I'm on about. And you're a wanker. Yeah. You work for the NHS because you're a wanker. Yeah.
Worthy of a medal, wildlife presenter George McGavin visits the stunning Outer Hebrides in search of a very rare species of bumblebee.
And it feels like we're flying through the week in Strictly Fitness. Neil's been buzzing around all week. Last move today before we put them all together tomorrow. What have we got?
Okay, we've got lower body kicks. This is Susan and Kevin. It's the famous 4 kicks, which are great. It's going to really
Quite
get the heart.
energetic.
Oh, very good. Yeah, cardio's going today. Full whack.
Kicks in the jive always tricky, and I just think it's going to be a good workout.
Do you ever do a jive?
Every time he does that. Yes, I was on Strictly Come Dancing. We'll do the Strictly Fitness a bit later on.
Moving on. And there have been some nail-biting
And I can dance. I used to dance all the time. I was raving. You know, raving.
were knocked out of the competition.
Yeah, absolutely. Get it. Plenty of British interest today, though, and a man who had a front row seat to all the action in the last couple of days and for the next few weeks is commentator Andrew Castle. First of all, Andrew, absolutely gutted that you're not at centre court for us.
I know, but I will be in about an hour and 10 minutes time, and I shall take this off, get a suit on, and we're on air. I don't know whether we're on air on BBC One or BBC Two, but I'm sort of hoping about at 11 o'clock this morning, and then the Centre Court number 1 court program gets underway. I've got a great match to do today. Actually, getting up doing the naughty boy Nick Kyrgios against Filip Krajinovic. You never know what Kyrgios is going to produce. So yeah, it's a great day of tennis ahead. And can I just say one thing, Geth, and hi Kimberly. Dr. Oscar just freaked me out. Because I'm asthmatic, and I'm like, I was listening to everything he was saying, and it was so utterly spot on. So I'm just trying to stay nice and calm now and do everything that he says, because these thunderstorms, the weather's really, really heavy.
Yeah.
And you sort of feel that, and I wondered what that was all about. So Oscar, thank you very much for my free help.
You need the breathing exercises, though, especially when you're commentating on some massive matches. Everyone will be glued to the radio, the TV, and of course the crowds are back. What they're expecting, 42,000 people a day at Wimbledon. How nice to get that atmosphere back in the theatre that is Wimbledon.
Well, you're absolutely right. This is the first time in 3 years that we've had full capacity, and you know, after everything that everybody's been through and with the news agenda the way it is at the moment, how nice just to be able to either be there, and you're right, I'm dead lucky with that, or to watch it on TV and radio and just relax and watch the tennis and watch it go through. And, you know, it's a beautiful arena. The very first time I walked in there, it sucked the breath out of my lungs, and it still does, just to be able to walk onto any of these courts and to see the action unfold, I find very relaxing. And I believe that green is the most relaxing colour. I certainly feel that.
Yeah, I agree with that, actually. Well, it was, as you said, a very action-packed day yesterday. Andy Murray was knocked out, but we have had some brilliant Murray moments, haven't we?
I mean, over the years, we've had some unbelievable ones. He's never, ever served an underarm serve, but he did his first match against James Duckworth. Now, the bloke that I'm going to be doing later on, Nick Kyrgios,
There's my ring. There's my ring. That one there. That one. That one.
Sadly, I think
Right.
Andy at 35 and with the metal here.
That was one bid, right? And it went up from £50 to £68, and it's mine now. Yeah. And it's 9 carat gold.
Just too strong. And sometimes you just have to say,
That's great.
well done to your opponent. Sometimes it's just that they are too good. It wasn't all about power yesterday either. Obviously, this guy is the world record ace server, or soon will be in his next match. But, you know, he played some lovely touches as well. And if you beat Andy Murray on centre court, with the atmosphere that place creates and the support it gives him, then you really do deserve it. And it was the second in a row where you saw some British heroes go out. Emma Raducanu, who's lost to Caroline Garcia. A former
This is £61.
A disappointment. Now the question starts.
21 minutes.
Coach, whether she
21 bids.
And, you know, do less endorsements and all the rest. Look, she's got her own
$5.99 postage.
Her own things to discover. And you know, she probably does
£61
long term that she can trust.
That's my door number, 61.
But you know, as she said in the press,
That means I should go for that, really, because it's a 9 carat gold vintage coin ring. Maximilian, Emperor, King. Yeah.
She's going to be a superstar, sure.
I'm a king. Yeah.
Plenty of British
I think I'll go for that.
Andrew. So if you're tuning into Wimbledon for the first time and you're thinking, who should I look out for? Tell us who that should be.
Well, no, I like watching different matches for different things, and I know the personal stories behind a lot of these people. Katie Bolter is playing on centre court today against Karolina Pliskova, a former finalist. I'm really looking forward to that. This girl, Katie, she's so nice. She's had so many injury problems. Very tall, long levers. Perhaps that contributes to injury problems. But now she's got a great run going. She's been playing superbly the last 2 or 3 weeks. And she's beaten Pliskova in Eastbourne just last week. So she plays on centre. Her boyfriend, the Australian Alex de Minaur, is playing big Jack Draper, the young English guy, 6'5", left-handed, a really smart guy. So boyfriend is relegated to court 1 to play against Jack. So that's, you know, she gets centre, he gets number 1. But this kid Draper, keep an eye on him. He's up into the top 100. He was giving me a hard time yesterday. He reckons he's going to overtake my best ranking imminently. And you know something? He's right.
Yeah. Hey, pay attention to this, Andrew, because you'll want to know this in the next hour or so, because you can watch coverage of this year's Wimbledon across BBC One and BBC Two. You're on BBC Two at 11 a.m, okay? You can watch it all on iPlayer as well from 11 a.m. every day. There for all 18 courts on this, so you can watch it until your heart's content. Good luck over the next few weeks. Lovely to see you, Andrew.
Thanks, Andrew.
All the best, guys. Bye-bye.
Now, so many people have been celebrating the life of Dame Deborah James, who died on Tuesday after receiving end-of-life care for bowel cancer. The Duke and Duchess of Cambridge have led the praise for her ability to talk so openly about her health. It's been incredible, hasn't it?
Hasn't it just? Yeah, what a reaction. Presenter Sarah Jane Crawford has been to find out how good you are when it comes to talking about your own health issues, and if Dame Deborah has encouraged you to speak up about a symptom that's been worrying you.
So sadly, Dame Deborah James passed away, but she inspired the nation to talk about health and break taboos, you know, whether we feel embarrassed or not, and encouraged us to go to the doctors as soon as possible if we have any symptoms. How are you guys when it comes to talking about health?
Pretty straightforward about it. Yeah, you know, we would definitely talk to each other first, wouldn't we?
Yeah, definitely. You know, you get these kits through the post these days where you have to test various parts of your anatomy.
I'm a big believer in every check available. So I've always had things like smears, mammograms, and the bowel check. There is absolutely nothing to it. You just get on with it because I know somebody whose life was saved by it.
Especially men. Men have a problem below the belt and they have an attitude as well. I'm a man, I'm all right, which is wrong.
So you better get it dealt with as soon as possible. Get it done.
That's brilliant.
Saves going through pain and suffering, isn't it?
Sometimes you don't want to be a nuisance because it's that, you know, because they're that busy, the doctors and even the hospitals. But if there was anything serious, I'd certainly be on the phoning up straight away about it.
I did have a small lump under my armpit, yeah. But it was just a fatty tissue, that's all.
But it could have been something else. So the fact that you
It absolutely could have been, yeah. And you've got to deal with it, haven't you?
You can't run away, can you?
4 years ago, my husband kept running to the toilet, and I said, "Why don't you go on and get it checked?" Because he was very proud. He went to the doctors after Christmas, prostate cancer. He died 12 months later on that day. Because he didn't think there was anything wrong. And a lot of people say, "Oh, I'm not taking this and that." Well, it's important. It's important, your life.
I've got a brain tumour at the minute.
Oh my goodness, I'm so
Yeah.
sorry.
So I'm being monitored to see how quick it grows and see if I need more brain surgery. Luckily, it's not cancerous. So
the conversation is important in your opinion.
Very.
Oh, give us a hug.
My goodness, we wish that lady all the very best for the next few months, of course. But it is interesting how Dame Deborah's already had that effect on people to go and get checked out.
Such a huge impact. And a special documentary created by BBC Breakfast and BBC News will be on tonight. And it features intimate tributes from her friends, colleagues, and fellow cancer patients as they celebrate her life and legacy.
She made a choice to document the good, the bad, and the ugly. We were on that journey with her, holding our breath at certain times and cheering at others.
To share my fears, my wanting to cry with someone who I knew had gone through that. But it was solace.
That's the beauty of Deborah, is that she's like, well, you can't ignore this, so let's have a conversation about poo.
It's going to be an incredibly emotional watch, and you can see all of the documentary called Deborah James, The Last Dance, here on BBC One at 8:30 this evening, or watch it on iPlayer.
And opening up about something personal can be really tough, but our next two guests both have experience of bravely sharing their stories with the nation. Sporting stars Dame Kelly Holmes and Ellie Simmons, who are with us this morning. Lovely to see you, you legends.
Morning.
I know you have a very big exclusive Sport Relief announcement to make very shortly, but just on that, Kelly, I mean, the last 2 weeks have been a very emotional time for you after you openly spoke up about being gay for the first time. What's the reaction been like for you?
No, I have to say it's been incredible. The warmth, the feedback of people coming forward to watch my documentary. And, you know, it's kind of strange because I feel like I'm essentially still in a bubble, a little bit in limbo. You can't just change. I mean, I'm still the same person, don't get me wrong. But with the announcement, to suddenly live the new norm is very different. So it's just one step at a time. I'm processing everything that's sort of come out in the last 2 weeks. Yeah. And I'm sure, though, on a real positive, that my future will be a lot brighter. And I know from the stories, when you do talk, you get a lot of stories back.
Yes.
So there's so many people that have emailed a message who have found strength from my conversation and my stories and announcements in lots of different ways, lots of different people of all different ages. And that has been like so heartwarming.
That's incredible, isn't it? So brilliant. And you're actually here about something very exciting today, aren't you? Ellie, please tell us about this exciting Sport Relief announcement.
Yes, the Sport Relief All-Star Games are coming to Birmingham during the Birmingham Commonwealth Games. Myself and Kelly are two team captains. I'm on the blue team, which I'm very excited about because blue's my favourite colour, and Kelly's red team. And we're leading two teams led with Sports Stars, All-Stars Entertainment, taking part in five sports during the games, raising awareness of and how incredible Sport Relief is.
Yeah, so 5 sports that will be in the Commonwealth Games this year. My question is with you two, you're going to be captain of the team here, Kelly. How will you be prepping the red team for this?
Okay, well, first of all, as you may be very aware, sports people are very competitive.
Yes.
First thing, I've got one up on Ellie because I've come colour coordinated in red.
I missed that memo. I didn't think of that.
Attention to detail.
The other thing is, I'm not giving away any secrets because Ellie's there listening. Okay, so this is how we will roll from this point forward.
I love that competitiveness already, Kelly.
The truth is, though, it'll be lots of laughter watching. It will be very competitive. But Sport Relief started back in 2002. They've raised almost £500 million. Ellie, this is for a great cause, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it's phenomenal what Sport Relief and Comet Relief, and to be part of it is just going to be amazing, and to raise awareness really, and just to have fun too. I think it's going to be, like Kelly said and we said, it's going to be competitive, but I think it's going to be fun, and you're going to see people in the entertainment world or sport world having a laugh, being competitive, but enjoying it as well, and it's going to be fun.
Yeah. If you're not competing, right? You two aren't competing, but Kelly, if you had to step in, Kelly, could you still do a job?
Of course she could.
If it's to get an extra point and it's desperate, then I might show my face. But I mean, first of all, I think, we've got cycling. What we've got, Ellie? We've got rhythmic gymnastics, we've got cycling, we've got table tennis, we've got basketball, we've got athletics. So we've got 5 sports where each of the celebs and people in entertainment will have to take part in at least one, maybe 2 of those sports. Right. We're there to cheer them on, to motivate, to give them some tips and stuff. Be the kind of like.
I'm not going to go for this ring. It's £61, right? It's King Maximilian and Prada ring, fully hallmarked and everything. It's got 10 minutes to go. £61, one available, hallmarked. But underneath it, I can see Maximilian at £95, and I can see what's this? I don't know whether to go for this or not. £95. So if it's £95 and this one's £61. I'll tell you what, I think I'll leave it. 9 minutes to go. Oh, this is, I'm terrible. I really am. 9 minutes. Holly Willingby makes a big change in home life. I wonder what her home life is like. Has she ever been dragged out of her house and put in section units? No, I don't think so. I'll get away from there. Oh my God. It's terrible. Holly Williamby was following me actually on Twitter, but I got suspended at some point a long time ago. It was the Real Stoned Raver at Comedy Section UK. Now that is a very nice kind of situation. Comedy Section. What was wrong with it? Why was it suspended, and who suspended me, and who took my cover picture down, because that was gone. I've not seen it. Yeah, so Twitter, what can I say? I mean, I'll give up with you. I'm gonna play some music. Actually, I don't know really because it's quite important we watch the program. Where you can listen to the program.
They are not a great yellow bumblebee. The midday heat brings on a flurry of activity in the insects. Hey there! And us. Hey there, go, 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 go. Jesus, that. No question, that was it. Why did I bring my net with me? Why didn't I bring a net? Can I have a net?
You can have a net.
Okay. Yeah, is it?
Oh, that is it.
Yes! Oh, sorry, I gotta have a lie down now. Hold on.
Ah, it's a beauty.
Absolutely stunning. I'm so relieved. This queen will be collecting pollen ready to lay her brood of eggs. The larvae will feast on the protein-rich pollen gathered from this specialist habitat. I am so pleased to see this. I would have walked here. I would walk 500 miles. And I would walk 500 more to see a great yellow bumblebee.
You know what? I just love how excited he gets about that bumblebee.
Found it,
He
Kimberly.
is thrilled. He found it.
In a
He got
beautiful
there.
part of the world as well.
You did.
Amazing.
Now it's time for Strictly Fitness. Cue the music.
We're back. Hey. So here you go, Neil. The last move before we put it all together in routine for tomorrow.
All together, yeah.
It's been a Pride theme, isn't it? It's the last week of Pride Month. So what we're doing today?
We've got Susan and Kevin, and we've got the jive kicks. This is the first.
These are tricky. These are tricky.
They are tricky.
Yeah.
On the spot.
Yeah. If you'd ever done Strictly, you would have found out how tricky they were. Sorry, one. Yeah,
Don't worry,
one,
Neil, I got
it will
this.
come. But that's not the first move. The first move, we've actually got forward lunges. So we're just going to take a step forward. You can place your arms out to the side, just for balance, and you want to keep yourself upright. Now, if you're sitting down, what I'm going to suggest is we actually lift the arms up and down. Yeah, so we've got a good one there. Second exercise, the ski jump, but we're not jumping. All we're doing is we're walking across. It's going to be harder than you
jumping
feel.
yet.
This is all about the balance.
Hello, mate. You alright? Yeah, I'm alright, mate. Yeah, I'm good. I've been watching telly, right? And for some reason, I see someone with a cardboard cutout of their face. And I thought, well, there's two things I'm thinking about. We can do comedy, kind of like my face with my teeth, the way it is, with a funny, stupid face. So people could probably, they love that, probably, I reckon, to be me. The other thing is we still got the COVID going on, masks and all that sort of stuff. So I could, you could print the bottom just underneath my nose, and get my mouth with my teeth and everything, and put it on masks. You know, for the COVID. Oh right, yeah. What do you think of the masks then? Cardboard, you know, like what you get. You know, like I think over the years we've had football players, you know, their faces on a cardboard cutout with a little eyes and mouth, and nose and everything. So people can put it on. I think the NHS masks, that's the type of mask we could use and do my teeth. Yeah, and I'm looking at my camera now. I'm live on YouTube, right? And I'm just doing a look. I could do that look, right? I could do wide eyes, white teeth showing, two white teeth, one each side, and a stupid looking face. And that stupid face could make people laugh. Yeah. The minute I had my teeth out, right, when I had my teeth out, I looked at myself and I thought, hang on a minute, this is quite funny, you know. Yeah. Yeah, I'll have to work out who to give it to. Yeah, I just want a cheap mask, you know. I'm sure people were selling loads and loads of masks at a good price, aren't they? Really. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. So I mean, if we do have these kind of NHS masks, cheap masks, and then you get my teeth printed on the front of them, my mouth and everything, I think people might find it funny. I've not had that them tea towels. They're not turned up yet. Yeah, right then. Yeah, because I think it looked quite funny, really. We should have done this a long time ago, but when the COVID started. In fact, when I was in the bloody fucking Basingstoke section unit, I was locked up in a room in that place for a week or longer. I think, and I couldn't even get out of a room. I was like, oh my god, there was a TV room, right? But I couldn't go in that. I had to stay in my room, and that was it. Yeah, it was terrible, mate. Really. They could have took me home and left me alone. All they done was that they give me paracetamol and cream for my ankles, right? And that's all they've done. Oh, actually, no, because there was a time that I was in there with the Royal Air Force pilot called Mark, right? And he filmed me laying on the television room on the settee, right? Drugged to bits on some strong medication. I don't know what it was, but it was terrible. I was like zonked out on the settee. Yeah. I looked really bad. It was terrible. And that was Basingstoke section unit. Parklands Hospital. That place should be closed down. Right. I'll try. What I do, I'll try and find my teeth because it's what we got to look at. We got to look at my mouth and my teeth, that can be a mask, for COVID. But then we've got the football fan kind of like all stars over the years with a face mask, cardboard cutout. And you might have seen Elvis, maybe the Beatles, on cardboard cutouts, and probably the prime ministers and all the rest of it. I mean, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah.
And had an incredible escape.
This was the first holiday that we'd had since the start of the year. Just seemed like a nice place to go, so looking forward to a break, really.
I don't know what's on Saturday. Sorry, mate. Oh, your cat's pissed on the floor. Oh man, that's terrible. Yeah. 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 Can you get these mouth masks for around about £2 or £3 or £4 or £5 or something? I'm just trying to. I'm wondering. That's all. £3.50. That sounds good. Yeah, £3.50. Yeah, yeah. You could probably do me like 10 of those, or maybe more. Yeah. I'll find the right mouth. I'll look for the funniest looking mouth I can find, and give you. I'm going to give you some mouth. Yeah. Yeah. That's crazy, man. Can you imagine me trying to focus on a cat that's pissed on the carpet when I've got NHS storming in my house and putting me in section units? Can you imagine? I can't have a pet because I don't know what's going to happen to my home next. With NHS come storming into my home. But they come round, they're called a transport, right? They're called transport. They turn up in a van with a cage, and they put me in a cage. Or police vans. I've been in police vans. Yeah, right, mate. Yeah, okay. Well, let's course you can do it for £20. That'd be better. No, £25. That's all right. That's fine. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. That's exactly right. That's it. I think that's going to make people laugh. Yeah, yeah. Big smile, a big smile, and two big massive teeth, one each side. Yeah. And the face masks, the little eyes where people can look through, will be my pupils. So that'll be my pupils, and then you'll see the white of my eyes, and you'll probably see a little bit of my pupils. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Yeah, I can just imagine people with masks, face masks, you know, wearing my face around. I think it'd be funny. I don't know. I'm sure it will be. Yeah. Everyone would be wearing a mask, right? And they'll be saying, move your body, come on, wear one time, whatever it is I say. I don't know. I can't remember now. And people will be, they'll probably play that song, the Real Stone Raider, the Real Stone Raider song. Yeah, do you remember that? Do you want some and all that? Yeah, that's what I mean. People will probably start singing that. And then smoke a joint. I don't know.
My actual things are.
Yeah.
So I've got to go through a window clean and umbilicals. Spot me not be underneath my feet.
How many caps did I give away? Probably about 100 caps, do you reckon?
It's probably hitting about 100 caps.
Yeah. Probably.
Like I said,
I know when 25 of them come to, I think it's 25 or 22 caps come to Mabry Lodge, the section unit. And I'll give a few around in there. Yeah.
easy. But as I said, I've had to put, because Hermes and everyone prices and everything go. Also, I'm trying to get rid of the cheap guys. I'm trying to go with the decent stuff. I don't want to get on eBay as people. But you, it's all right. But I've got people, and the more they know I've paid for the cap, and it's not as I've got the greatest cap I've ever run.
Yeah.
Paid £5.95 or something for a cap. What were we expecting?
Yeah. I bought one down in town, right? It was barely £25. I couldn't believe it. It was mad. Yeah, it was crazy. Yeah, I think what I'll do is I'll probably start giving masks out on Deliveroo. Because Deliveroo come around to see me, right? And it's different people all the time. And I'll give them a cap. And they love it. But now I think with a mask, it won't say Real Stone Raider. I think it'll just be my teeth and that's it. I'm trying to roll a joint. It's crazy.
So my first one said is, as I said, go on and ignore that price on there.
Yeah, mate.
It says £7.96 share, but £7.95 each. It's not selling. If you're going to buy more of them, you might as well buy almost up like a good price. Like this thing there.
Yeah, yeah. Where's my weed? Here it is. I woke up at 4 o'clock this morning. I had a weed joint, and I had the Wiley's. I thought, "Oh my god, whoa!" And I was a little bit sick. I was like, "Bleh," you know what I mean? And then I went to sleep again, and I woke up about 7, and I had teas and coffees, and also a few joints, and I felt all right. It's just because I woke up too early. I woke up at 4 in the morning for a piss, and I was like, "Oh my god." I got a text message. Oh, was it you? Oh, right, okay. Yeah, it's got to be my teeth. Because people like what they see. The one where you do the full face mask. I want to get my eyes wide open, and I want a tiny little kind of like hole in the middle of my pupils. So it'd be like you can still see my pupils, but you can see a little hole in the middle of my eye. So that you actually get to laugh at the pupil and the wide-eyed eyes. So it'd be like a frame round a picture, but what it'd be my pupil around the hole. Does that make sense? So my pupils are one size, and the hole will be a little bit smaller, so that you can see my pupil around, around the hole. Yeah, because it'd probably be all right. It'd probably be fine, mate. Whichever way it comes, I'm sure it'll look all right. Yeah. Stoned with a D. Yeah. Oh, that girl, she liked that tea towel. I'll give her a tea towel. There's some people say I look like a gangster. Yeah, it looks good. It looks right. It does look good, and she loved it, and so I let her have a tea towel.
Let me just hold this customer of mine, and I will give you a call back in a minute.
Yeah, all right, mate. Yeah, okay. Bye then.
Sensors had been activated.
Getting the alert through, you just hope it's an animal in the garden or something, but it's horrible. It's shocking. You feel violated. Your personal space being broken into like that. It's not a pleasant thing, of course. I called up 999 straight away and asked them to send somebody around.
Police were at the scene in minutes, but the intruders had fled.
My husband was here with the police when I came back home, and he was just going through the CCTV footage. The burglars had peeked into the front room and jumped over the side gate and broke into the back door to gain entry. And all of this was captured in the cameras. They then went upstairs to the bedroom and made off with some stuff. I was just glad that none of us were at home.
There's been various academic studies that looks at the expertise of burglars in comparison to everyday members of the public, in comparison to the police. What the studies show time and time again is that a burglar is very efficient in knowing
the route to take around a household. They know exactly where the valuable items are typically kept, and they know which ones to take so that they're not weighed down with low value, heavy goods, for example. They know exactly what to target and what has the highest resale value.
They did steal quite a few things, but nothing that you can't replace, except for this necklace that my dad gave me before he died, and I'm still quite upset for that.
Anshu was determined not to let the burglars get away with it.
I was angry, definitely, but a part of me was thinking, like, what muppets, really? If they did an honest day's work, they'd probably make a lot more money than they did breaking in.
The CCTV had captured clear images of the two burglars, but their faces alone weren't enough to identify them. Later, neighbours pieced together a trail of evidence that helps identify the burglars and solve the crime.
It's like building a jigsaw. You've got a particular crime, you're going to look at what's happening in the area. This camera will see a little piece of this, that one adds to it, and so on, until you've got the whole picture.
We saw earlier the devastating consequences of a fire that swept through this seafront hotel in Aberystwyth.
I could see smoke, I could see the glow, the flames, I could smell the smoke. I just suddenly thought, we need to get out of here.
An investigation got underway as police and fire investigators searched the rubble for clues. Incredibly, footage from hotel security cameras had survived and provided shocking evidence. At 1:38 a.m, a man can be seen staggering into the hotel and setting a pair of net curtains alight.
Oh.
He then goes downstairs and starts another fire, this time in the linen cupboard.
He lit the fire and then just casually strolled away. Just mind-boggling that somebody could do that. It's the height of the holiday season in a holiday town. There's going to be people, there's going to be families in that building. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. What did you think was going to happen?
Digital evidence can be amazing for a fire investigation. For example, you can watch somebody walking through the town centre, and then you might catch them on several personal CCTVs, or even now Ring doorbells or similar doorbells, where they are walking past properties and they're caught for a brief period of time on that camera. And having that timeline means that we can put them in certain places at certain times. And even if we're not catching the actual ignition event or the actual fire on that CCTV, it can be helpful to be able to put together a case for the police based on timeline.
Those first images of the arsonist were just the beginning. CCTV cameras at shops and businesses around town enabled police to track the suspect's movements that evening. He was videoed drinking and playing pool in a local pub, and CCTV captured him walking away from the hotel shortly after the fire started.
They could actually pinpoint exactly what he'd done and where he'd been. They could actually piece together the route that this chap took, and I had a full picture really of where he'd been and what he'd done that night.
The arsonist was identified as this man, Damien Harris. Harris pleaded guilty to arson, GBH, and manslaughter. The judge described it as a wicked act and jailed Harris for 16 years.
Fire scene investigation is unusual. It's one of the few forensic disciplines where we get to, as investigators, attend the scene, examine the whole thing, do some of the examinations in the laboratory, and then prepare a statement for the court and present that evidence in court. Through all of those things, we have a determination to ensure that we are finding the truth.
This fire investigation is a training exercise.
The scene we've got in front of us is suspected arson. At the moment, we don't know that is the case, but the information we've received prior to arrival is suspected arson. So we're treating it as a crime scene.
Jason Dean is an experienced West Midlands Fire Service investigator.
So we're looking for damage around the door in case the door's been forced open. Damage at the windows to see if the windows have been broken before the fire and then something's been introduced to start the fire. We're looking at burn patterns. We're looking for ignition sources.
But this isn't a real fire scene. Jason's wearing a virtual reality headset, and the scene he's looking at is a three-dimensional replica of a genuine fire.
The beauty of it is it's exactly the same as what you would get in a real fire scene, because you pick items up in a fire scene or look around them in a fire scene, exactly the same as we can here.
Virtual reality scenes like this are now being used to train the next generation of fire investigators.
The training that we create really does allow the person to feel like they've been in that scenario, touch things, pick things up, and then, of course, learn things from that scenario.
Virtual reality frontline training is the brainchild of Alex Harvey. Alex used to create cutting-edge video games, but has now set up a company called Reality in Virtual Reality.
One of the reasons I left the gaming industry, 6 years ago and got into virtual reality was because it was so exciting and so powerful.
Alex and his team have created a series of fire scenes based on real fires to help train fire investigators.
We don't have to say, imagine if you're a fire investigator and you find in the scene, you just put them in the scene. There's no suspension of disbelief. Your hands are your hands inside the virtual scene, and your eyes are inside a virtual world, and there's no suspension of disbelief anymore. You just carry on as if you're inside the scenario. That's why it's so exciting.
The emphasis was on creating exact copies of several fire scenes, including some where arson was suspected.
When we talk about arson or fires that have been started deliberately, obviously that's a very important thing that needs to be correct. So training people in the best way possible is of utmost importance. When we're creating these scenarios, we do want to have the instructors and the trainees have the most realistic scenes possible.
Alex used a process called photogrammetry, taking thousands of images of real scenes and using them to create photorealistic 3D replicas.
That's one of the USPs, basically, that allows you to see those smoke patterns and fire patterns as they were in the real world. Because if you're trying to recreate it in a cartoon type, gamified way, some of the instructors and also the trainees are going to find it harder to relate it to.
Within these virtual reality scenes, trainee fire investigators can search for clues and determine the cause of the fire.
One of the most important things that we had to work on when we started designing this software was that it had to give you all the functionality that you would have in the real world. You can pull down a camera and take a photo for evidence and look at your photos later. There's a dictaphone, so you can pull down a dictaphone and record your notes.
There are evidence markers and even a virtual sniffer dog.
You can pull down the menu, press a button that calls in this dog, and then you get to watch a 360 video of the dog searching the scene. And in some of the scenes, he indicates that there is petrol or chemical used in a certain area. He points his nose and freezes and wags his tail. And you also get the audio commentary from the dog handler talking you through.
Jason now uses virtual reality to help train the next generation of firefighters.
I've been in fire investigator for 12 and a half years. I've been in the fire service for 29. Fire investigation is extremely difficult, and to try to determine how that fire started is a science, really. It takes years of experience and training to get yourself to a stage where you can walk into a scene and just by looking at it, you can start to work out by burn patterns, by other evidence around the room, physical evidence around the room, that the fire's been started deliberately or whether it's an accidental fire.
Jason says these virtual reality scenes, which replicate genuine fires, have transformed training.
With virtual reality, we can repeat the training over and over again. Rather than use it as an assessment tool, we use it as a teaching tool. We can interrupt it, we can change it, we can talk to the students halfway through, we can allow them to make mistakes, it doesn't affect the evidence, and hopefully put them through numerous scenes and processes that stretches their ability and their skills. You can see the charring on the table. It's quite heavy to the legs on this side. We can pick the table up, well, we can evidence it and we can look at it out in the lab.
Jason wasn't immediately convinced about the benefits of training in virtual reality.
As an experienced FI, with 29 years in the fire service, I was very sceptical on what it could provide us until I first used it. And then when you use it, you understand straight away how useful it is as a training tool. When you put it on, you're in the scene. If you kneel down, you think you're going to get dirty. If you move things, you think you're going to get dirty. You need lighting to illuminate the scene because it's dark. You can pick things up and move things around. It's as real as you're going to get other than being in the scene.
The experience it gives future fire investigators is invaluable.
In order to prove whether a fire's been started deliberately, you need to understand the fire scene. And the only way you can understand the fire scene is by training. And the only way you can train is by looking at a burnt building. You can't just do it from a book. So getting hands-on and learning is the best way forward.
Once qualified, the skills that have been learnt here will be put to use on the front line.
As soon as they finish the training, they're going to be in charge of fire appliances, and they're going to be fire investigation officers. And definitely the benefits that we get from the VR world, they identify exactly the same in the real world because they are real life scenes, just in virtual reality.
Alex is convinced virtual fire investigation training is just the beginning.
It's like a game. It's like creating a whole game world around your specific niche. We can do the same thing for all industries. First, all we hit is fire investigation. The next product we're making is crime scene investigation. We're focusing on first responders because we think that market is important, but it's going to be everything.
When Andrew Gortam's home was broken into, the offenders were caught on camera. Despite the clear images, the identities of the two burglars were still unknown. Local residents decided to put together the evidence and help police solve the crime. Brian Waters helps run Hillingdon Neighbourhood Watch and is passionate about keeping the community safe.
I'm a retired Metropolitan Police officer. I've done 32 years within the police service, and I've been involved in Neighbourhood Watch now for about 20 years. Being an ex-officer, I can see what's going on out there, and it gives something back to the community.
Using a system called Online Watchlink, Brian receives alerts from the police about crimes in the area.
The whole concept of Neighbourhood Watch is to get the community in an organised fashion working with the police, so that the police send out messages, we can send out messages, we can give crime prevention advice. Essentially, it's the community working with the Metropolitan Police to defeat crime.
Tony Porter is a former senior police officer and for 7 years was surveillance camera commissioner for England and Wales.
The role of the public is now and has always been really important. Without the public, the police have lost an arm. And that speaks to the the long and rich relationship policing in the UK has had with the public. Sometimes it's stressed,
Hello.
sometimes there are issues and arguments.
Hello. Hello, Julie. I can't hear you very well. Can you phone me again? Hello, Julie. Oh, Pamjit. That's better. That's better. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, how are you?
I'm all right. I'm fine. I just had a Whopper for breakfast. Yeah, I'm just fine.
You're okay. Good. Please hear that.
Yeah.
Are you eating?
Yeah. I've had my vitamin D, 2 of those. I got some. Let's see now. Vitamin D, some vitamin green tea, vitamin tablets, some raspberry ketones. Yeah, that's right. On the 13th. Yeah. I've said to the doctors, I've got to have transport. They've got to pick me up and take me to the hospital, and walk me into the hospital. Actually, I think last time it was you and Julie. Would you do that again and watch me go into the hospital and maybe pick me up?
Did you not arrange the transport with the doctors? They're going to arrange your hospital transport?
Yeah, they said they will do that. Maybe just.
You're going in on the Wednesday.
Yeah.
You're going in on the Wednesday. Myself and Julie don't work, but we will see you. If they're going to, it depends how long they're keeping you in there.
Yeah, they say it's afternoon surgery, but someone's saying it'll be overnight. No, that's right. Yeah, I know. I've been told it'll be very painful. Over the first couple of months, it's going to be very painful.
I think it's going to be. I know somebody who had that done.
Yeah.
And they weren't able to do nothing for 6 weeks.
Yeah.
6 weeks. Be prepared that that's what it's going to be, and you might not be able to be really very much. You might not be very mobile.
No, I know. Yeah, I know. Yesterday, I had a debt collector's letter. It's owed to. They want £500 and something for the business contract that ended early and went over to Vodafone. And I've also got that Samsung. That's another contract with O2. Those two contracts have got to be closed because I managed to. Well, they want £500 and something for this phone that went over to Vodafone. That they harassed me. The other one's about the same, £500 or £600 for the Samsung contract. Yeah, I know, but the problem is, I explained the situation where I was in section units. I was drugged up. I was perfectly okay, but I was actually drugged up and put on medication and labelled as schizophrenic bipolar. And at the same time, I had harassment and coercion, phone calls from telephone companies. I had Tesco Mobile. 3 network closed the cases, 2 cases. They closed them down. I ain't got to pay them a penny. I want Julie to do the same with O2, to Omni Finance, O2, and Aerial Direct. Yeah, this is what I mean. Yeah, because yeah, I know. But it's hard to get through to them. And when I talk to them, I actually tell them the whole story, and they actually can't believe it. You know, it's crazy. I says, yeah, it was an Asian guy, probably about 25, and he gave me the business contract when I was in Antelope House, sedated, and he wouldn't hang up the phone until he set up a contract. So that went on for 3 years, and then when I tried to get Aerial Direct to actually close the case, go back over to Vodafone, they didn't listen, and I was stuck for another 3 years, and they've done it again. That's 9 years. Yeah, but NHS was dragging me all over the country. They were dragging me around the country, putting me in section units everywhere. Yeah, I know. This is what we're going back with. Yeah, but no, I've just told you O2 was 9 years ago. It started. Yeah. Yeah. And NHS destroyed my family. They actually made me upset and destroyed and sectioned and going crazy in a section unit. And my family don't talk to me anymore. You know, they're just not talking to me. That's it. I mean, it's all because of the NHS. I went into Desborough House and I didn't know what to experience. I didn't know what was going to happen, but my mum got me sectioned. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I've got a bit of money. I'm all right. Yeah. I wish you could do it now. I wish you could come round today and see the letter and make a phone call. I had a letter. I got an email from the doctors, and all they say is, "Oh, Gordon's mental problems. Oh dear, poor Gordon, and he was all mixed up and all that." Right? That was her letter from a doctor. Slander against me, and I asked for medical history, and I said I want from 2004 when I first got sectioned, right up till now. The doctor apologised and says, "Oh well, you have to go to Desborough House." So now I've emailed. They give me an email, and I emailed them and told them what I need. I need all the history. To actually stop all the payments coming out of my pocket because of O2. And they actually give me a brand new phone, and it cost me £2,000. But I was stuck in a situation. I was locked up in and out of section units all the time, filming the NHS. You know. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's fine. I just wish you'd come around more often, you know. You two are fine. You and Julie are just fine. It's just... Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. I see that police officer, Ian, yesterday. He come round. He still says I'm not well and all this and all that. I said, look, mate, you know, I've been painting my shed. I said I've actually sanded the gate because it had fire damage on it. It was all black in the corner. So I've sanded all that black off. It's gone. And all he can think about is me being unwell all the time. Every time I see him. Ian, the policeman, yeah. Yeah, he laughs. He's always laughing. He's always got a smile on his face. But I mean, when I said to him, my neighbour stole my tents and my chairs, he done nothing about that. Nothing. You know, it's crazy. All he ever says is, "Oh, you're unwell." Oh, all the time. You know. Oh, I'm thinking of getting face masks done. Full face mask for the real Stone Raver with a funny, stupid face. And also some which the NHS do, the little mouth masks, but with my teeth, 2 front teeth, a crazy little smile on a mask. I'm getting probably 10 done at the moment. Yeah, because people do like them. I've got a lot of people that do enjoy what I do. You know, I play a bit of music. I play the television this morning. It was on talking about doctors and all sorts of stuff. And we're going through stuff. And I've got my cup of coffee, and it's investigates the NHS. You know, it's really crazy. I mean, they really did drag me all over the place. I know. I'll tell you what. When I was talking to my family, that they used to tell me to forget the piano days. All my years of selling pianos, they wanted me to forget it. That's my mum and my brothers. I was always talking about the pianos all the time, and they wanted me to shut up and not talk about it. Yeah, I know. Yeah, and I've got a mental patient. I've got a mental patient called Mark Gregory. He's one of my fans, and he's from Melbury Lodge section unit. And I've given him T-shirts, caps. I've also got other people I've been giving caps to as well. The Real Stone Raver caps. And I'm live on YouTube all the time, you know, and I'll be on Facebook again soon, in a few days. I think I've got 2 days left because I every now and again I get hate speech and stuff like that. I've actually blocked loads and loads and loads of ladies, lots of them, because I don't even know them, you know. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm all right. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Yeah, I know when you took me to Winchester, that was great. It was like a bunch of friends going off to the hospital. Well, I think I've got to wait a couple of days before I actually say yes, let's go for it. But it was yesterday. I said to him, don't forget, I want that transport sorted out. Because I'm talking to 20-year-olds. That's the Friar Arcade receptionists. Yeah, I know. It's all right. It's all right. You know, it's all right. Yeah. I really want to get Julie a present. I do, honestly, but she won't accept it. It's crazy. Well, I'll tell you now, right? I'll tell you now. Graham Brake, who works in the Melbury Lodge, accepted a jacket from eBay. I got it. It was a bit too big for me, and I sent it to him, and I said, you can have this as a gift. Right? I said, I don't want it back. You can keep it. And I know it fit him, and it looked good on him. So I let Graham Brake have a jacket. But yeah. Yeah. And I like Julie. I do like Julie. The way she goes, she's like, oh, Gordon. Yeah. I like you. Of course I like you. We can't have we can't have a domestic because we're live on YouTube. All right then, Pam's it. All right, bye-bye. That's Pam's it. Pam's is an adult social care social worker. She's all right. She's a dark lady. Julie, the one I like and I probably would marry, is Julie Bursey. Yeah, she's really, really nice. Yeah. 2 hours and 13 minutes. Well, that's like, well, that's crazy, isn't it? I mean, what are they talking about on telly? Let's have a look.
Later. I just need a yes or no. Are you able to make the payment? When they confront the debtor about the money, she's not able to pay, so we'll move to the next stage and start listing goods ready for removal. Will the sheriffs be forced to call last orders?
I'll tell you what, the sheriffs. I'll be like standing there with 10 pence. Yeah, mate, I'm going to pay 10 pence a month. Yeah. Chung, 10 pence a month, right, for the next 20 years. Yeah. I think I'll play some music, actually. What time was that? It's 10:52. It's 10 to 11. What should I go? So I got up the chip shop today, and let's see now. Fish and chips. I don't know really. I do not know. Oh my God.
Have you tried our Pro offering? It lets you see full stats on your uploads, including which cities people are listening from and for how long, schedule uploads, and enable Mixcloud Select on your profile.
I think Gordy is the greatest. He's so fantastic. Gordy be mine.
You have now found yourself trapped in the incomprehensible maze. Watch your head!
Y'all know that thing.
Where's your head? Where's your head? Where's your head at? Where's your head at? Where's your head? Where's your head at? 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 Where's your head at?
I think Gordy is the greatest. He's something fantastic. Gordy be mine. I think Gordy is the greatest. He's something fantastic. Gordy be mine. fantastic.
Side to side, just lean your lips, get it again. I can dig you move your hips side to side, just lean your lips, get it again. I can dig
That's my red. That's my red Coca-Cola T-shirt, and that's me in a section unit. I don't know where it is. I can't think, but that's me in a section unit. Yep, locked up by NHS. They owe me a lot of money. They owe me compensation, freedom of rights, freedom of speech, freedom, fucking yes, because they kept locking me up all the time. Little shitty bastards, NHS, you little bastards! I can't stand ya.
It's time to start.
place I know you wanna go. Let me take you to a place I know you wanna go. Let me take you to a place I know you wanna go. Let me take you to a place I know you wanna go. That bitch, it could be a fantasy. I can tell you got big dick energy. Ain't too many niggas that can handle me. But I might let you try it up a Hennessy. Make up sign to this whistle like a melody. And if your bitch ain't right, I got the remedy. Ain't too many niggas that can handle me. That bitch, it could be a fantasy. Fantasy, 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 fantasy. That bitch, it could be a fantasy. I can tell you got big dick energy. Ain't too many niggas that can handle me. But I might let you try it up a Hennessy. Make up sign to this whistle like a melody. And if your bitch ain't right, I got the remedy. Ain't too many niggas that can handle me. That bitch, it could be a fantasy. Got that real big energy. 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 Got that real big energy.
Now wait a minute, y'all. This dance ain't for everybody. Only the sexy people. So all you fly brothers, get on out there and dance. Dance out there.
That bitch, it could be a fantasy. I can tell you got big dick energy. Ain't too many niggas that can handle me. But I might let you try it up a Hennessy. Make up sign to this whistle like a melody. And if your bitch ain't right, I got the remedy. Ain't too many niggas that can handle me. That bitch, it could be a fantasy. Fantasy, 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 fantasy. Let that real big energy. Let that real big energy. Let that real big energy. Let that real big energy.
Only the sexy people. So all you fly brothers, get on out there and dance. Dance out there. singing out loud all on my own. I feel you open my mouth, closing my eyes, and it's a go. Summertime party, I'm a daydream. Sipping on wine, go to the sea. Everything's golden, open my soul. Summertime party, I'm a daydreamer. Summertime calling, I'm a daydreamer. Sipping on wine, too close to the speaker. Everything's golden, open my soul in. Summertime calling, I'm a daydreamer. Dreamer, 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 daydreamer.
want attention? Do you really want to miss it in that? If you know how I like it, would you call my name and give it to me right? Do you really want attention? Do you really want to miss it in that? If you know how I like it, would you call my name and give it to me right? Do you really want to miss it in that? If you know how I like it, would you call my name and give it to me right? Do you really want attention? Do you really want to miss it in that? If you know how I like it, would you call my name and give it to me right? I think Gordy is the greatest. He's something fantastic. Gordy B. Moore.
No one truly believes in anything. This is real. This is sad. Without a sense of believing something, there really is no future. We fail to see our own tomorrow. And if we cannot see our own tomorrow, we fail to have it.
I think Gordy is the greatest. He's something fantastic. Gordy B. Moore. My Gordy is the greatest. He's something fantastic. Gordy B. Moore. I think Gordy is the greatest. He's something fantastic. Gordy B. Moore. I think Gordy is the greatest. He's something fantastic. Gordy B. Moore. I think Gordy is the greatest. He's something fantastic. Gordy B. Moore. I think Gordy is the greatest. He's something fantastic. Gordy B. Moore. I think Gordy is the greatest. He's something fantastic. Gordy B. Moore. I think Gordy is the greatest. He's something fantastic. Gordy B. Moore. I think Gordy is the greatest. He's something fantastic. Gordy B. Moore.
need a vision. We must restore our sense of vision. Without a sense of vision and imagination, there is no peaceful present. There is simply nothing to look forward to and hope. If we all committed to our future, we would all live in peace, knowing that we built the life that we wanted to live. But your future is whatever you decide it is going to be. But your future can be whatever you decide. It is truly the cosmic sketchpad of your life. The future is the actual realm of creativity. It is where your ideas are instantly real.
it to me, baby.
Tell me what's going down. I can't stand it when you're so shut down. Honey, are we only marking time? Time is the one thing you do. The place that you know I'm not wasting time. I gotta know if you're still really mine. I gotta know if you're just passing time. 'Cause if you're in love, then I'm you seem far away. Won't you tell me what's really going on? Not a pretender. I gotta know if you're still really mine. Would you tell me if you're just marking time? Time is the one thing you never replace anymore. I'm not wasting time. I gotta know if you're still really mine. I gotta know if you're just passing time. 'Cause if you're in love, then I better run. No
She's just like you and me, but she's homeless. She's homeless. And she stands there singing for my dad. La-da-dee, la-da-da, la-da-dee, la-da-da. She wakes up early every morning, but she gets young. She wakes up early every morning, but she gets young.
I got to focus. Thank you. Oh, tag them, yeah. Tag them. Tag. Oh, TV. Oh, come on. Uh-huh. Lovely. guess what? Copyright. Heads up, we've detected copyrighted audio in your stream. Your stream may be temporarily blocked. Really? Are you serious?
Of the Russian Black Sea Fleet to go away in slightly more colourful terms. And it's been a focal point of this conflict ever since, this small outcropping of rock in the Black Sea. Because as I say, it's not just symbolically important, it is strategically important as well. The Russians have tried to move a large number of troops and missiles there, they put artillery pieces on it, but the Ukrainians have been fighting back. And we see from photos and videos that have come out on social media over the last day or so that
then adding to that was the fact that you talk about the fact that you were drinking more at that time, and you hadn't realised how bad it had gotten until your wife told you that actually you're drinking far more than you used to.
And she said that quite a few times. And I don't know why I laugh, only because she might even say that now on occasion. But I think, like a lot of people, I was thinking about this yesterday. You know, we couldn't go to stag do's, like we didn't go to weddings, we didn't go to parties. In a sense, all of that had to be, all that sense of outlet, that social interaction had to take place sort of in your house, like among you really yourself and whoever you lived with. And so yeah, I would of a Friday night, I would crack open the bourbon, and you
just on Friday.
And then on a Monday, and then on a Monday and a Tuesday, one of my friends was like, "Louis, like, what? You seem to be drinking quite a lot." I'm like, "Well, I'm just relaxing."
Just boredom as well.
And then she's like, "Yeah, it is a Monday night." I'm like, "Really? Is it a Monday?" Like, because you know how the days all blurred into one. So
Did you manage to rein that in?
I've reined it in. Yeah, definitely. I think.
So is it just Sunday and Monday?
No, basically, Tuesdays I don't even drink that much. No, I drink more than you're supposed to. Like a lot of people, we all have these hypocrisies.
I don't drink.
You're not supposed to speed, but many people drive a bit faster than you're supposed to. You're not supposed to shout at your kids, but all these things that you're not supposed to do, but you end up kind of doing. And I think you can't be too hard on yourself about that stuff. Like I think you've got to keep an eye on it, check in with each other. But I feel as though it's, it's a part of my life. It's a way of relaxing, and I try not to be pious or precious about it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. But something else you ended
I'm
up
just a
doing.
Glastonbury, for goodness sake. Do you know what I mean? Like,
You're looking so well despite
you were working out. I can't believe you were on the stage at Glastonbury.
No, get me up there.
I believe you took part in the Joe Wicks
Well, okay, thank you. Yeah, that's the other part. So I think I was balancing whatever drinking I was doing with every morning. Or at least 5 or 6 mornings a week doing a Joe Wicks workout. Oh my God, there he is. There he is. And actually, I still do it.
Okay.
So even though we're out of lockdown, anecdotally, a lot of my friends have COVID at the moment.
I'll do that.
Yeah.
Have you been tested before
I've
you
been
got
tested.
here?
But actually, I did a Joe Wicks this morning.
Well
did one
done.
yesterday morning.
Yeah.
I really think that you've got to see the whole picture, haven't you?
You do. That's what we like. Let's look at the whole picture.
Absolutely.
And on that note, actually, I want to get you on a few of our topics.
Please.
So we've been talking about graduation ceremonies for 4-year-olds at nursery. I'm not a fan of them. But your youngest did it, didn't
Yeah, yeah. My 7-year-old, when he left nursery, they got little mortarboards and robes, and they paraded around, and it was the loveliest thing I've ever seen. And I think you'd have to be a total Grinch to not think that was a lovely thing.
I'm a Grinch. I'm happy.
Part of that was your problem.
You
don't even have to buy the little outfit.
What a waste.
Why not though?
They won't even remember it.
Well,
We've got
it's
pictures
not
to
all
show
that. It's for us to have lovely photos. It's like my 16-year-old just had his prom night. When I was growing up, we didn't even do Halloween.
Everything's Americanized.
Everything's an Americanized, so they bring it over. But I'm half American, so maybe I've got skin in the game. But I think it's nice.
Are you a winker? Because we were talking about Dominic Raab winking.
Okay.
That's not what I said in the meeting.
That's not what you said in the meeting.
Am I a winker? I've been asked that. I do wink I know what you're talking about because
Yeah.
he winked at Angela Rayner.
Angela Rayner, yeah.
And it-
So would you feel
and
comfortable?
it was part of him disagreeing with her, so I think it came across as patronising.
Yeah,
and
yeah. He says it
demeaning.
wasn't towards her; it was for another Labour MP, but it was in her. She was on the other side, obviously.
Do you know what? I seem to be an involuntary winker. Wink, and it just happens, and then well, where did that come from? But it's usually in a. Is that all right?
Anyway, I've just been asked by here to ask you, would you ever consider being a loose man for us one day?
Loose man, I think I already am a loose man.
Yeah,
I think so. Of course.
There you go, he will.
Oh, Lou, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you.
Yeah.
You're welcome back anytime with that jiggle. Right, don't go anywhere because in a few minutes Linda is getting a tattoo. Did you know that?
Oh, I know. I'm getting all these surprises today.
She'll be trying out the latest beauty trends, and if you're a fan of freckles, you'll love it. Back in a bit.
Stepping out and feeling good. Freeman's, proud sponsors of Loose Women. Racing crowd, you've got the summer spirit. You shall ride to any challenge. And always make the most of it. Spirits like yours deserve long-lasting bubbles like these. Chouette, when you've got the tonic, you've got the spirit.
Lemons. Look how nice they are. When you become an Expedia member, you can instantly start saving on your truffles. So you can go and see all those lemons. And never wonder if you got a good deal. Because you did.
Every feed has a story to tell. Yours. Inspired by 50 years of breast milk research, the Aptamil follow-on milk range is made for your baby and you. Your life, our science. And this summer, try our pre-measured tabs. 1 tab equals 1 scoop.
Running a business can feel like climbing a mountain. It's actually a volcano. Xero accounting software can help keep your business finances running smoothly. Soon, climbing up that mountain will feel more like riding down one. On a really cool bike that can time travel. Search Xero with an X, because healthy business is beautiful business.
Doing a little good in this world doesn't have to cost a lot. That's why we launched Little Changes for the Better. So now your food donations combined with ours are helping to provide 5 million meals to families in need each year. And so far you've helped stop 10 million bottles from entering the sea, just by having our prevented ocean plastic packaged fish for tea. And you're even helping us invest £15 billion in British farming over the next 5 years, just by putting free-range eggs in your trolley. Because when good and value come together, we can all make little changes for the better.
Colin, I demand more Freeview play this instant.
Right away, my queen. This one sucks you in like a black hole. Or this claw-biting drama. Or you could get your regal gums into this.
And then we'll enslave the humans. Actually, then biscuits. Biscuits, enslave. That's the order.
Hi, I'm Benji. I live just...
Benji, of course, from
Yes. Hi. You haven't been getting any of my parcels, have you?
I love cows hair.
It's just with our addresses being so difficult to find that I can see why it might.
Oh, I feel baked.
I'll let you know if anything arrives.
Gusto, give it some.
Power up your comfort for less with an extra £100 off all power recliners. The Furniture Village sale. Live beautifully for less.
Hurry the star next. Yes. Maybe the bear could steal the ring, which is the crown jewel, and run away with it. Maybe the police could find him. Yeah. We are the police.
I do that. I've got this guy.
Original message to see a picture of my phone drawer. Hello, Drew question mark. 2K for a flip. Amounts of money shouldn't change your moral compass or what you feel comfortable doing, but in a weird way it does, doesn't it?
Olivia Atwood getting filthy rich starts Tuesday at 10 on ITV2 and ITV Hub.
Stepping out and feeling good. Freeman's, proud sponsors of Loose Women.
Like this.
Hello, welcome back. In just a moment, Linda, are you ready? We're going to put actually Brenda's beauty skills to the test, and we're going to get her to try out the new freckle tattoo trend on Linda. That'll be fun. But before that, it's competition time. The biggest competition of the year so far, and Josie has all the details.
Woo! We've got a massive summer celebration on ITV Daytime. We've launched the biggest cash prize of 2022 so far. How do you fancy bagging your hands on £300,000? But the big question is, what would you do with that huge amount of money? To help out, we've checked in with some of our previous winners to see how winning with ITV has impacted their lives.
Single parent. I've just started a new business, so to have this is just taking the pressure off. Winning the prize has absolutely changed my life. I might get a bit teary.
Remember, it's our biggest cash prize so far in 2022. So, to be in with a chance to win £300,000, you need to pick up the phone and get the entry in. Here's all the details. For another chance to win, text CASH to 82248. Text costs £2 plus one standard network rate message. Go to the website, entries cost £2. Call 09068 782248. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge. Or post your name and phone number to CD25 PO Box 7558 Derby DE10NQ. Entrance must be 18 or over, and lines close on Friday the 15th of July at 4 p.m. Good luck!
We just got the biggest telling off from Linda, so that's why we just had to do that. Now, apparently, freckle tattoos are the hottest new beauty trend this summer. Stop laughing, I'm trying to do it. And they do look realistic, though, don't they? Take a look at these. These are all like, these aren't real. So I was like, put them on them. So, would any of you consider tattooing freckles on your face?
Well, I didn't consider it, but I've got to do it.
Yeah. I mean, I was being kind by asking the question, but you get it done anyway.
Shall I start?
Yeah, go on. You start off. Now, I know that I can see my freckles when I've got a tan.
Yeah.
So I've got really light freckles. So the darker I get when I'm in the sun, the more pronounced my freckles become.
Oh, no. You know it. Get on with it. No.
But I'm not sure how I feel about purposely putting freckles on my face. It doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to me. How about you?
I don't know. I just think if it keeps young people engaged and they're having fun, good for them.
Black filter.
I feel like Brenda's not really done that.
No, I've got mustard in her eye.
For when she put mustard in my eye.
Oh no! I think it's just supposed to be a tiny little. It's quite difficult, actually.
That's not.
It's just got whiskers.
It's rubbish.
Let's go before and after, shall we? Go on, take a look. Take a look at before and after. I think purpose. I think it's safe to say that none of us are going to be like beauty influencers in the future.
It's so funny. Well, you shouldn't have moved. They look like liver spots. I've got enough of them on my hands.
Well, I'm gonna get some tattoos done, but I've already got little freckles. You just can't see them because I've covered up makeup. But I think freckles are lovely.
love freckles.
Not them ones, but
no.
There's mine. You see my little freckles I've got on my cheek.
Yeah.
I've got little freckles. And then when I get a suntan, the rest of the skin it goes dark, golden brown, and then the freckles they stand out even more. But I love freckles. I think they're very sexy.
People are beautiful. The Swash family have all got freckles. Shana, Casey, Joe Swash, they've all got lovely freckles.
But I don't know why you then put them on you. The videos of the girls doing it is amazing.
They look lovely. These
It's
done me
amazing.
right.
Yeah, I'd mark that. I probably could do with a bit more work.
I mean, those look fabulous. That looks absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
But I would,
Nice glossy young skin, that's why.
Yeah. Who needs to put the beauty spot, the little beauty spot on the
Junior
face?
Claire.
Yeah.
Junior Claire always had a beauty spot there.
Yeah.
Then one day it moved and I realised she was painting it on.
Okay. How does a week's holiday at 30,000 feet in a jumbo jet stand? Well, a young designer from Yemen has created plans for a aircraft hotel. Are you buying a ticket, Linda?
No, I'm not. I love long haul flights. I love going to the airport. I love going to have breakfast there. I love going to duty free. I love getting on a plane, turning your phone off, watching all the films and that. But as for being stuck on it for a week on your holidays, no thank you. I like the journey there, but then when I get there, I'm on the beach or I'm sitting around the pool, sunbathing with my book and my feet up.
Yeah. What do you think of it?
Well, for me, I like the sun for a start. Just feeling the sun when you're on holiday, the sun on your face, and sunbathing and lying and soaking it up and all that kind of stuff. And for me, I'm like, are we really going to waste all this time researching, spending research time and effort and energy in this way when we've got like climate change to deal with? They're looking at, if you're going to put that in the sky, I know they're looking at using nuclear energy, but like we've got rising sea levels, we've got pollution, we've got all of these other things that I think we need to be thinking about.
Yeah.
And we've got a lovely planet that we could go and explore, that places that we still haven't seen yet.
So if you could go to space, would you do it? Would you not? To space? If someone, because you said we've got a lovely planet.
Yeah.
That we can holiday on. If there was a possibility to say holiday on the moon in the future, would you say no to that because there's enough places here?
I've got to sound boring, but I'm really more concerned about our planet here, and the effects that we're having on it as a society.
Yeah.
So if going to space meant that I polluted my planet even more than taking a plane, probably not.
I'm more concerned about the thrombosis in your legs if you're in the air for too long. The only nice thing about that is a view.
It looked beautiful.
That's the only thing. But you can just
thank you for a week.
But I don't even like flying, so that would just be out of the question to be up in the air for 2 weeks or 1 week or even just 1 day.
To do. You can go to the cinema, watch a film, have a little bite to eat.
Do it on the ground.
but then I'm sure that years ago people used to say that about cruises. Why would you want to sit on the sea for days on end when you could sit on a beach? But people do it.
But the lovely thing about it,
you get to different places. But just staying in the air and you're not going anywhere, I don't see the point in that.
So none of us are going to.
No,
not at all.
No.
Feels like a bit of a waste.
And even if it was given to me, I still wouldn't go because I don't like flying.
So even if they comped you,
no, not going. No.
I didn't know you didn't like flying.
No, not flying.
Tanisha got married abroad.
No, she didn't get married no abroad. She's getting married here.
Fly.
No.
I'm guessing that's a no from Brenda. That's it from us for today. It's been fun. Tomorrow, the wonderful Sarah Cox and Corey Star really like to get here. Until then, have a lovely afternoon.
The girls held the power during last night's recoupling. Watch Love Island on ITV Hub now. Also on ITV Hub, get to know the young heroes juggling their personal lives with saving lives in Emergency Nurses A&E Stories. Next, it's the ITV Lunchtime News.
Freeman's, proud sponsors of Loose Women.
Coming up, the new cost of the royal family. It's gone up. We'll tell you why. Why you might not be able to find Heinz beans at Tesco's, and a baby ban in the Commons. We'll get the action.
Germs. I am taking the fight to where I need it most. You might think you can hide on surfaces anywhere, but I kill germs everywhere. From taps to toilets, tiles on the floor, schools, here, there. Germs can be anywhere, but I kill all known germs everywhere. Domestos, unstoppable.
I'm gutted that's over.
We'll find something new. Hello, Sky. What should we watch?
Oh, let's grab this.
Sky and Netflix side by side for less than you think.
At Bought by Many, our pet insurance helps loads of pets stay healthy and happy. So we've put them in our name. Bought by Many is now Many Pets.
An alternative to tablets, Voltarol Back and Muscle Pain Relief Gel, with its powerful anti-inflammatory active ingredient, targets the source of pain, helping to accelerate recovery. It's not just movement, it's enjoying the new bedroom. Voltarol, the joy of movement.
Introducing TUI Blue, our own collection of premium hotels designed for you to live the happy at all protected.
Experience the power of Shark's cordless range with technology you won't find on any other vacuum. From innovation at the floor to freedom up high and beyond. The opportunity to clean further. It's more than just a vacuum. This is Shark, the UK's #1 cordless vacuum cleaner brand.
If you or someone you know owned or leased a diesel vehicle between 2007 and 2020, you could be entitled to significant compensation. And at My Diesel Claim, we're experts in handling these claims. Millions of drivers have been misled by numerous manufacturers about emissions, and hundreds of thousands have already filed their claims. Simply visit our site now and check your vehicle instantly. It's completely free to sign up, and you can start your claim in seconds. Visit mydieselclaim.com and join thousands of others starting their claims today.
180 for 45 minutes. 45 minutes. I think I'm gonna bingo.
Hey, Charlie 64, are you gonna bingo?
Hey, Sassy Sam. Yeah, I'm gonna bingo. Has a 93. Are you gonna bingo? Okay, Charlie 64. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna bingo. How about you, Lucky Mouse? You gonna bingo?
Not right now. I'm in the Zen zone.
We all need some time out, so play safely and only have fun on Sun Bingo.
Should all underarms be the same? Waxed? Natural? Unique? Shaved? Sensitive? Tattooed? All underarms deserve the best care. Introducing Dove's new formula with natural caring oil, leaving your underarms softer and fresh. New Dove 48-hour protection, kinder to skin.
With all the stories making the headlines now this Thursday at lunchtime, it's the ITV News.
Oh, man.
The rising cost of the Royals' public spending on the family has risen by 50 million. The taxpayers' bill went over 100 million for the first time. We'll look at what it was spent on and get reaction. Also this lunchtime, Bernie Ecclestone says he'd take a bullet for Putin and says deaths in Ukraine are not intentional. Captain Tom's Foundation under investigation. The Charity Commission has begun an inquiry over financial concerns. Empty shelves at Tesco over a row with Heinz. And empty seats on a sold-out centre court. We'll ask why.
This is the ITV Lunchtime News with Nina Hussain.
Good afternoon. What price the royal family? Well, the taxpayers' bill for the monarchy has gone up by 17%, topping 100 million for the first time. What was it spent on? Repairs to Buckingham Palace, some big royal visits abroad, and some trips much closer to home, including £15,000 used for Prince Charles to travel around Wales on a helicopter. What we didn't find out in today's report is what an investigation into bullying allegations made against Meghan Markle uncovered. Our royal editor will have more on that in a moment. First, here's Geraint Vincent.
Property maintenance is always an expensive business in the royal family, and in London SW1,
It is especially so. The continuing 10-year project to renovate Buckingham Palace, at the cost of maintaining the royal residences, is up by more than £14 million. Decent value, according to some of its visitors this morning.
I think it should be maintained to the same level as it deserves. Look at it, it's glorious.
Historically and for what it attracts to the country, I think absolutely great value.
I think we'd be a lot poorer without them.
Royal expenditure, the bulk of it financed by the taxpayer, has exceeded £100 million for the first time. The spending covers utility bills, staff, the upkeep of palaces and royal travel. The Prince of Wales' visit to Barbados last November to mark the country's transition to a republic cost over £138,000, while William and Kate's trip to Belize, Jamaica and the Bahamas, heavily criticised for those photo ops which smacked of colonialism, was the year's most expensive royal tour, coming in at more than £226,000.
The monarchy is the only institution I know of where the money keeps on going up, where every public service is being squeezed, people's jobs and salaries are being squeezed, and they keep on helping themselves to more of our money. With no budgeting in place, the money just keeps on going up.
At the same media briefing which contained details of the sovereign grant, palace officials also revealed that an inquiry into the handling of bullying allegations made against the Duchess of Sussex has brought about some improvements in HR policies and procedures for royal staff. But the details of the inquiry report will not be made public, say the officials, in order to protect the privacy of those involved. Geraint Vincent, ITV News.
Let's join our royal editor Chris Shipp, who's at Buckingham Palace this lunchtime, as well as the latest on the money. We had an update on the bullying claims made against Meghan, or rather, we didn't.
Yeah, hi Nina. Yeah, as Geraint was just saying at the end of his report there, this inquiry was commissioned when some members of staff came forward and made allegations of bullying whilst working for Meghan, Duchess of Sussex. That was, of course, when she was a full-time member of the royal family. And it's gone rather quiet since then. So we were asking the palace what's happened to it. Well, the answer is it was paid for privately. So in other words, not from this sovereign grant, the taxpayer funds. And because it was paid for privately, we're under no obligation to tell you about it. And also they said they want to protect the privacy and the confidentiality of those who took part, who we understand Meghan was among them. They say it's led to changes in practices and procedures in their HR policies in the palace and the other royal households. Do we know what those changes are? No, we don't, because it's all being kept under wraps and we're not ever going to find out what was changed or why.
Chris, back to the spending, and critics of the royal family are saying when many people are struggling with the cost of living right now, this doesn't sit well.
Look, I mean, does it ever sit well to be spending £369 million refurbishing Buckingham Palace? They like to use this word resurfacing the palace because it got to such a bad state of disrepair. They need to spend this programme of money, as I said, £369 million over 10 years. The reason why some of this has gone up is because they sped up the works in order to get that place ready for the Platinum Jubilee. Is there ever a good time to do that? Probably not. And then you add in all those travel things as well that we've spoken about. However, I mean, the palace always says, look, we have demands to do duties. We have demands to go around the country. We have demands to go around the world and visit places. That costs money, and that does involve some form of travel.
Chris Shipp, thank you. The former Formula One boss, Bernie Ecclestone, has said he would take a bullet for Vladimir Putin. In an interview with Good Morning Britain, he said he doesn't think the deaths of thousands of people in Ukraine are intentional and that the Russian president is a first-class person. With reaction, here's Faye Barker.
Bernie Ecclestone and Vladimir Putin were seen together at the Russian Grand Prix, the ex-Formula One boss bringing Russia into the event in 2014. The billionaire businessman and the powerful president struck up a friendship, one that still runs deep with Ecclestone despite Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
Yeah, I'd still take a bullet for him. I'd rather it didn't hurt, but I mean, if it does, I'd still take a bullet. Because he's a first-class person, and what he's doing is something that he believed was the right thing he was doing for Russia.
The 91-year-old confirmed he hasn't spoken to Putin about the war, but thinks Ukraine's President Zelensky could have done more to stop it.
It wasn't intentional to be a war. And I'm quite sure Ukraine, if they'd wanted to get out of it properly, could have done.
Ecclestone's comments have been met with widespread condemnation, including from the Foreign Secretary.
I think his comments are extraordinary, absolutely extraordinary. This is a man who has perpetrated an appalling war involving the systematic rape of women, the targeting of civilians in shopping centres. I find that absolutely shocking.
Things that Bernie say don't really surprise me anymore. That he likes to make some outlandish statements, trying to chase major headlines, trying to keep himself relevant. I was disappointed to hear them because I think they are nowhere near keeping with the vast majority of the rest of the world. But that's the way that Bernie's been for quite a while now.
Bernie Ecclestone left Formula One over 5 years ago and disagrees with Russia's current ban from the event. Today, an F1 spokesman said his comments are in very stark contrast to the modern values of the sport. Faye Barker, ITV News.
In the last few minutes, the mother and stepfather of Logan Mwangi have been jailed for life for the 5-year-old's murder. A 14-year-old boy, who can't be named because of his age, was detained for a minimum of 15 years. Logan's body was battered and found dumped in a river in Bridgend. Our Wales reporter Rhys Williams is at Cardiff Crown Court. Rhys, take us through all those sentences, please.
Well, just a few minutes ago, Nina, as you say, Logan's mother, Angharad Williamson, was sentenced to a minimum of 28 years behind bars. Her partner, John Cole, who carried out the physical assault with a 14-year-old who can't be named, was sentenced to 29 years, while that 14-year-old was sentenced to a minimum of 15 years, but will be detained for life. The three were convicted following an 8-week trial earlier this year, which included CCTV showing Cole carrying Logan's body to the River Ogmore near their home on the outskirts of Bridgend. A medical examination of Logan's injuries likened them to a injury seen in a high-speed car crash. Police found him submerged, wearing dinosaur pyjama bottoms and a Spider-Man top. During the trial, Cardiff Crown Court heard that Logan had suffered 56 external cuts and bruises and catastrophic internal injuries. Sentencing them, the judge said that Cole and the youngster carried out the assault with Logan's mother's explicit approval and collusion. She added it was impossible to imagine the terror of a 5-year-old child, as these injuries were inflicted on him by his family and watched by his mother.
Rhys Williams, thank you very much. Thank you. Britain will almost double its military support to Ukraine with an extra £1 billion. The money will go towards air defence systems and kit for Ukrainian soldiers. Our Europe editor, James Mates, is in Madrid at the NATO summit and joins me now. James, what difference will this extra money make?
I mean, it's a proper sum of money, no question about it. But to put it in context, the Ukrainians say they're spending between 4 and 5 billion every single month on prosecuting this war as they try and defend themselves. So yes, it'll help. Yes, it's if Britain's doing it, others are more likely to. The US remains much the biggest contributor to the Ukrainian effort, but this sum will keep the UK clearly in second place in that league table, if you can call it that, though a lot of smaller countries are certainly giving more in terms of percentage of the size of their economy. But in his press conference ending this summit here today, Boris Johnson said that it illustrated the commitment that Britain still has. He says the UK weapons, equipment and training are transforming Ukraine's defences. And importantly, he says we are going to ensure that Putin fails in Ukraine. He also went on to say that defence spending by 2030, so the end of this decade, would rise to 2.5%. Not quite as quickly as his Defence Secretary Ben Wallace would like, but he may hope that that's going to put an end to that particular debate within the government about Britain's levels of defence spending. We're seeing a lot of European countries stepping up their defence spending because of this summit has certainly
And time won't take my love away.
Jerry, absolutely loving the tunes. One. Turn it up, getting a little bit bouncier. Plenty more 80s to come. And I've got this one recorded as well, guys, so I'll put it up. Also keep your eyes out, banging 80s Part 3 mix coming soon. Yes, you lad. Third time, get a can. Crank it up.
House harmonies.
To see the way it is to be, take a look and see the light still shines in me. There's a part of me that I forgot to be. Take a look and see the light still shines in me.
Oh yes. Get it right now, like. Right now, eh?
My soul was weak, my faith was shaken, could barely speak. My heart was breaking. Now I feel your love. Now I know devotion. So depend on me. Deeper than the ocean.
I think Gordy is the greatest. He's so fantastic. Gordy Beyond. I think Gordy is the greatest. He's so fantastic. Gordy Beyond. I think Gordy is the greatest. He's so fantastic. Gordy Beyond. I think Gordy is the greatest. He's so fantastic. Gordy Beyond. I think Gordy is the greatest. He's so fantastic. Gordy Beyond. I think Gordy is the greatest. He's so fantastic. Gordy Beyond. I think Gordy is the greatest. He's so fantastic. Gordy Beyond. I think Gordy is the greatest. He's so fantastic. Gordy Beyond. I think Gordy is the greatest. He's so fantastic. Gordy Beyond. Gordy Beyond. I think Gordy is the greatest. He's so fantastic. Gordy Beyond. I think Gordy is the greatest. He's so fantastic. Gordy Beyond. I think Gordy is the greatest. He's so fantastic. Gordy Beyond. I think Gordy is the greatest. He's so fantastic. Gordy Beyond. 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 I think Gordy is the greatest. He's so fantastic. Gordy Beyond. I think 40 is the greatest. It's something fantastic. What do you think? I think 40 is the greatest. It's something fantastic. I think 40 is the greatest. It's something fantastic. What do you think? I think 40 is the greatest. It's something fantastic. What do you think? I think 40 is the greatest. It's something fantastic. What do you think? I think 40 is the greatest. It's something fantastic. What do you think? I think 40 is the greatest. It's something fantastic. What do you think? I think 40 is the greatest. It's something fantastic. What do you think? I think 40 is the greatest. It's something fantastic. What do you think? I think 40 is the greatest. It's something fantastic. What do you think? I think 40 is the greatest. It's something fantastic. What do you think? I think 40 is the greatest. It's something fantastic. What do you think? I think 40 is the greatest. It's something fantastic. What do you think? I think 40 is the greatest. It's something fantastic. What do you think?
Oh yes, massive shout, Lisa. I love the tunes. Make sure you give it a share, guys. About 35 minutes left from myself. Absolutely flying by.
we share days go by. But I'll stand by the outside and looking in. Like a stranger to your heart within. I can't find my way back in. Do you think you're better off? Do you think you're better off? Do you think you're better off?
Just you, lad. Enjoy your weekend, mate.
I pull back my duvet and make my way to the refrigerator. One dry potato inside, no light, not even bread. Jam, then the light above my head went bam. I can't sleep, something's all over me, greasy. It's only your please release me and let me dream about making that love on the heath. Tearing off tights with my teeth, but there's no relief. I'm wide awake and in my kitchen. It's black and I'm lonely. Oh, if I could only get some sleep. The creaky noises make my skin creep. I need to get some sleep. I can't get no sleep. No sleep. No sleep.
Can you feel the fire burn as it takes control of you? There is no way you can turn. There is nothing you can do. Yeah, your heart will never be free as it takes you high above. So baby, won't you come with me and we can fly on the power of love? confidence. Fall in love with everything that makes you want romance. We can live soft around the way like it goes. Just name that everything we touch, we turn to gold. Fall in love with everything that you would love to learn. You know that laughter is a kind of form to wake you up, so don't make me feel it doesn't like you do. You know that everything before I got confused. Fall in love with everything, fall in love with life. Get back in trouble, forget a little while. You never see me and don't want to hear. Just look at me and I didn't feel it better now. Bitty, bitty, better now. Bitty, bitty, better now. Bitty, bitty, better now. Right in the night. Right in the night. Right in the night. You won't run. Let me want to fall in love, fall in love. Right in the night. Right in the night. See things what I do. When you fall in love, fall in love. Do you ever question your life? Do you ever wonder why? Do you ever see in your dreams all the castles in the sky? Oh, tell me why do we build castles in the sky? Oh, tell me why all the castles way up high. Please tell me why do we build castles in the sky? Oh, tell me why all the castles way up high.
Shall I have the talk on this one? this one. Special D. See you, Mackley folks, in about a month's time. Live. Oh, yes. How are you? That's one for me, guys. Had an edit on the tune, one of the very first tunes I played on vinyl back when I was a little Ben. Techno head. I want to be a hippie. Yes, guys, enjoy your weekend. Have a good one. Massive respect to everyone who's tuned in. I'll see you next time.
Hey, this is Debbie from Mixcloud. Not a fan of advertising?
Joining Mixcloud Premium is the easiest way to retain your app, listen without lag, and see tracklist of songs or listeners. Go to mixcloud.com/premium to subscribe.
Closer